I will call this meeting of the Sacramento City Board of Education to order. Let's start with roll call.
Member Jean?
Here.
Member Kayada?
Here.
Member Benjamin?
Here.
Member Navarro? Member Rhodes?
Present.
Member Singh?
Here.
Member Ibarra?
Here. We have a quorum. Do we have any public comment?
We have one, Parker Evans.
Welcome.
Afternoon. Thanks so much for having me. My name is Parker Evans. I'm the Acquisitions Manager at Mutual Housing California. Really excited to be here today to discuss the potential, or to share that Mutual Housing is super excited about the potential acquisition of the Fruit Ridge Community Elementary site. It's a project Mutual Housing is exceedingly excited about. If you're not familiar with Mutual Housing, we're an affordable housing developer based here in Sacramento. We've been serving Sacramento for 40 years, and right now, we actually have 3 new construction projects going on right now in the district, all 100% affordable, totaling over 500 units of new affordable housing that Mutual Housing is providing here to the district, which we're excited about. We're hoping to build on it with this partnership with the district. We've had really fantastic conversations with the Fruit Ridge Community Collaborative. We're excited to work with them as partners, developing, hopefully, on the undeveloped portion of this site. It's been such a positive experience because typically when we look at new development projects, most of the time we're looking at a piece of land and we're working on building community from the ground up. For a site like this, we get to work with groups that have been building community power on that site for 15 years. And so rather than having to build it from the ground up, we get to add on to it and partner with groups that have been serving Oak Park for such a long time. So thank you for the opportunity. I'll be around if you guys have any questions. And thanks so much for the chance to respond. Appreciate it. Thanks.
Any other comment?
No more public comment.
We will move into closed session. All right. I'm going to call our meeting back into open session. It is on, I think. And we'll start with our Pledge of Allegiance. And now our broadcast statement.
This meeting of the Sacramento City Unified School District is recorded. The recording will be cablecast on Metro Cable Channel 14, the local government affairs channel on the Comcast and DirecTV UVerse cable systems. The recording will also be closed captioned and video streamed at metro14live.sac.county.gov. Today's meeting replays Monday, February 23rd at 12 p.m. and Wednesday, February 25th at 9 p.m. on Metro Cable Channel 14. Once posted, the recording of this meeting can be viewed on demand at youtube.com/metrocable14. We welcome members of the audience to address the board. Please complete a speaker form, which are located in the back of the room, and give them to our communications representative, along with any handouts you may have for the board prior to the conclusion of the item's presentation. Please speak into the microphone when addressing the board and state your name for the record. Please limit comments during public comment to items that are not on the agenda. If you do comment on an item that is listed on the agenda, we will ask that you please defer your comments until your item comes up on the agenda. Please also either turn off your cell phones or place them on silent mode. Thank you.
Thank you very much. 4.3, our stellar student introduced by board member Michael Benjamin.
All right, thank you. This is kind of one of my favorite parts of being a board member is being able to recognize our stellar students. And I want to say, this is what we want to always put in front of us, are the student accomplishments. And so today we have our students from Oak Ridge Elementary School, stellar students. That's right. That's right. They stand before us today under the principal and guidance of Principal Tiffany Weldon. And these are our mighty Oaks. All right, so at Oak Ridge, we believe that successfully educating our students means equipping both their brains and their hearts. Success means preparing them not only to achieve academically, but to change the world with compassion, courage, and integrity. The students we honor tonight embody that belief in the most beautiful ways. These TK through 6th grade scholars are far more than test scores or attendance records. They are living proof that when we nurture intellect alongside empathy, something extraordinary happens. They remind us what is possible. In transitional kindergarten, Nyenzo Brown and Leela Ingram arrive each day with exuberant joy and a deep, generous kindness that radiates through their classroom. Their warmth is disarming. In their presence, you are reminded that school is not just a place to learn, but also a place to belong. Emily Rivas in 1st grade and Isaiah Domingo in 2nd grade have already developed one of the most powerful tools for lifelong success, which is self-advocacy. They use their voices with confidence and purpose. They demonstrate grit and determination and model courage for their peers every day. Joshua Udo in 4th grade and Brandon Bueno in 3rd grade are fearless scholars. They embrace challenges, they persevere through difficulty. They set goals and pursue them with humility and quiet determination. Their work ethic reflects not just strong minds, but strong character. Audrey King in the 5th grade and Tyrell Banks in the 2nd grade move through the world with boundless curiosity and imagination. They ask bold questions. They dream big. They remind us that innovation begins with wonder and that the future belongs to those who dare to imagine it differently. And finally, Nia Franklin in 6th grade and Paris Willis, who's not with us tonight, in kindergarten, bring a steady, calming presence into every space they enter. These young leaders consistently choose integrity. They stand up for others. They do the right thing even when no one is watching, which is real important. Where they lead, others follow, not because they demand it, but because they inspire it. Together, these students represent the heart of Oak Ridge. They are compassionate, they are courageous, they are brilliant, they are rooted in humanity. And because of that, we know our future is in good hands. Ladies and gentlemen, our stellar students, Oak Ridge Elementary School. All right. You guys ready?
Was that parents? Here, the parents come up as well. The parents, guardians, family members, whoever's here.
All right. Leela Ingram. Leela Emily Rivas. Emily Rivas? All right, there you go. Isaiah Domingo. Isaiah Domingo. Nia Franklin?
Right here now.
Nia Franklin? Congratulations.
So all my daughter wears is stuff that says possible about anything.
Tyrell Banks?
Well, also this is
Great help. Congratulations.
signature gathering.
Audrey King?
I don't think that's good. They were the mascots.
That's for Udo. There he is. Udo.
I mean,
Oak on 3. 1, 2, 3.
How we gonna get that?
so what I got like totally Hey, I did. I seen that. I saw Super Bowl clips. I saw the guy who picked off at the end. Thought of you. I was like, this guy's never scored a touchdown in his life. I have. Oh, you have? Oh. What? Defensive ends the opportunity to do that. You know what I mean?
All right. Do we have any announcement out of closed session?
There are no reportable actions from closed session.
Thank you so much. And agenda adoption. I will entertain a motion.
I'll
Member
move.
Singh.
I'll second.
All right. Any discussion? All in favor? All right. Moving on to 7.0, public comment. Do we have any public comment tonight?
We do. We will begin tonight with Tamara Toby, followed by Amanda Chapman, and then Richard Dahl.
Welcome.
Can you read? Okay. Good evening, Superintendent and board members. My name is Tamara Toby, and I am one of 2 parent participation preschool teachers left here in the school district. I'm going to talk fast. I'm here to talk about the importance of play-based learning in early childhood. Unfortunately, play has been gradually pushed out of classrooms. TK is essentially another year of kindergarten. The TK classrooms are mostly teacher-directed and focused on writing and academics with a splash of art. Playful learning is active, meaningful, socially interactive, and joyful. Sitting down on the carpet and our tables isn't a strategy that increases academic outcomes. Think of your own childhood. What do you remember? I remember art, music, Play-Doh, sitting in a fort in the classroom. Those of you that have children, what do you want them to remember? If you were to ask my 2 daughters, what do they remember? They remember sitting in mud puddles, looking for worms, looking for bugs. When did we get away from children having fun and enjoying and playing their first exposure in a classroom? Yes, our program has parents and myself designing activities to expose children to language, math, science, art. Children run into our classroom with smiles to play with their friends. Let me tell you, there is a lot of socializing that we are working on in our classrooms. The most joy I get as a teacher is when I see 2 students, I wish I had the picture, consoling one of their friends because their parent left and they were sad and had separation anxiety. This gives me joy. When I see 2 kids sitting on the carpet, solving problems and being respectful to each other and having boundaries. So when you're making these decisions to cut programs, ask yourself as a district, how do you want to stand out in early education? How do you want us to stand out? Because parents volunteer their time, our ratio, 1 to 3 to 4. Unlike TK, where it's 1 to 12. So I'm here tonight. I'm here If you have any questions, solutions to what's happening right now in early childhood education, I have been doing it for over 35 years. I'm here. Use the people that know what they're doing. Thank you for your time.
Good evening, Superintendent McCarn, President Jean, and board members. I am Amanda Chapman, your parent participation preschool teacher. I'll make this short. In this dismal financial crisis, I am willing to make sacrifices to save preschool at Edward Kelly, your oldest, most unique historical landmark school. I am willing to waive my benefits and reduce my hours. With tuition parents are paying, I feel like there is still enough hope to continue this valuable program that serves not just children, but their parents as well. Please consider these concessions in order to preserve parent participation preschool and provide a classroom for children. Remember, these are families who will learn and grow from this program and pay dividends back to our district and communities. Thank you.
Hi, good evening. My name is Richard Dahl. Please forgive me for speaking out of turn. I have two girls that need to get home. I'm here to ask you to save LDV Children's Center from elimination. There are a few things that I'd like to highlight about the program. The quality of the teachers cannot be beat. Each has decades of experience in formal training, including teaching credentials and master's degrees. The connection the staff makes with our family and other families is real and meaningful. They have years-long relationships with each child and go above and beyond for kids, such as attending our kids' performances on the weekends. With half-day TK and kinder programs, a lot of children spend their time, more time, in these programs than with their regular classroom. So it's essential that we do not cut these resources for children and their families. It should be clear that these are teachers and not babysitters. They teach reading, SEL, art, Black history, science, and people are willing to pay for such a program. LDV's program is at capacity, serving around 80 students, and for a school of 800 kids, is a much-needed resource. Ms. Cassandra and Ms. Mosley, we love you, and thank you for taking such good care of our babies and teaching them. Please keep our program open. Thank you.
Next speaker is Christina Poindexter, followed by Garrett Kirkland. Mr. Kirkland has 3 cards for a total of 6 minutes.
Good evening. I'm here in support of the Parent Participation Preschool Program. I'm a parent of 2 daughters who have been through the program. One actually is currently in the toddler class, and one who spent 2.5 years in the preschool classroom with Ms. Tamara and is now a first grader at a district school. Please consider the unique experience and skill set that these teachers have in the program. Ms. Tamara and Ms. Chapman have decades of experience teaching children and their parents. Ms. Tamara encouraged my younger daughter to stop avoiding circle time to the point that she's now in the front of every class singing and dancing her heart out. Ms. Tamara helped me and my husband learn the technique of logical consequences to steer our daughters towards good decisions instead of telling them what to do all the time. This program is so loved. I love it because of the quality of the teachers, but also because of the school community that it creates. All the parents know the names and faces of every child in their classroom. All the parents volunteer for about 100 hours per child per year, at least. All parents attend class once a week and develop lessons in the case of the preschool class. I used my background as a water resources engineer to develop water-related lessons, just as other parents bring their own knowledge and creativity to the classroom, to the lessons they create. I want to make sure that we avoid squandering the decades of experience that Ms. Tamara and Ms. Chapman have. We need to protect the parent participation preschool program and the teachers from the constant threat of being cut so the program can grow, bring in more revenue, and most importantly, benefit more Sacramento families. The parent participation preschool program and its 2 teachers are treasures that we don't want to lose. Thank you.
Thank you.
Whoa. Okay, tonight I have the principals of Susan B. Anthony, and you are right over there by the freeway. I'm trying to remember. Pacific. I worked there. I can't remember the name of it for a second. Thank you. Ms. Bridges from Pacific. Good evening, President Jean, Interim Superintendent McCarn, and trustees. My name is Garrett Kirkland, and I'm speaking tonight on behalf of UPE, AFSO Local 154, AFL-CIO. I want to begin by acknowledging two important corrective steps the board recently took. First, rescinding the proposed furlough days for non-represented employees. Second, withdrawing the directive that administrators, whose positions may be reduced next year, would be placed into the classrooms immediately. Those were the right decisions. We appreciate the course correction. However, there is an outstanding issue related to furloughs that must be corrected. Non-represented employees who complied with the directive and took furlough days should not be charged sick leave, vacation balances, or personal necessity time. Employees should not be penalized for following instructions. You corrected the furlough directive. You corrected the classroom reassignment directive. Let's correct this as well. 423 positions were placed on the layoff list. When decisions affect that many employees and families, precision and fairness matters. Some of those listed reductions may not ultimately result in layoffs, but for the individuals and the families receiving those notices, the uncertainty is real. This is not simply a budget shortfall. It is a governance credibility issue. State oversight agencies raised similar warnings more than 7 years ago. The fact that those concerns are echoing again today tells us this is not a one-year disruption. It is a recurring structural pattern. And patterns only change when someone interrupts them. UPE supported the removal of furlough proposals and the classroom reassignment directives, not because we oppose shared sacrifice, but because shared sacrifice must be applied consistently and properly. Spreading reductions across labor groups was a step toward balance. But balance requires more than redistributing impact. It requires redistributing influence. Our members continue to observe a pattern in which the two largest and most politically influential labor groups in this district are granted consistent inside access, while others are left reacting to decisions after they are formed. If we are serious about systems change, that pattern must be broken. Participation cannot depend on political leverage. Every group that keeps this district running deserves equal engagement at the table. If the pattern favors the loudest and the most influential voices, then who interrupts that pattern? If not the board, then who? We also hear repeated assurances that cuts will be kept away from classrooms, but we must be honest about what defines a classroom. A student supported by a strong IEP, accommodations overseen and ensured by an administrator. A student more engaged in school because of a learning support coordinator or the attention of a chronic attendance technician. A student eating lunch and feeling safe on campus. Those services are not abstract. They are part of the learning environment. Over 60% of salary expenditures in this district exist within a single payroll structure. If that structure is treated as untouchable, while other groups are placed immediately on the reduction lists, questions about balance are not political, they are mathematical. Within that payroll structure, there will be 12 compensated days in which teachers are not in front of students. 3 are professional development days. 1 occurs after the school year ends. And 8 additional days are included in the current contract for which teachers will not work going forward. That's 12 compensated days not spent in front of students. Could adjustments there create meaningful savings while preserving direct services to students? UP is not asking teachers to give up their days, but when we are making decisions that affect this many people, shouldn't we at least know the number? These are not rhetorical questions. These are fiscal questions that deserve transparent answers. When non-represented employees faced furloughs, the fiscal value was calculated. We knew the number. The community deserves clarity across all areas of expenditure. What is the fiscal value of those days teachers are not in front of students? And what is the total cost of all 12? Transparency should not be selective. This is not about division. It is about equity in process, consistency in governance, and honesty in public communication. Because when some options are considered untouchable, others become the default. If we are going to build on this pattern of good decisions, let's start by working with all partners equally. Partnership requires balanced engagement, shared responsibility, and confidence that influence is not determined by political strength. You have demonstrated this board can make the right decisions. We are asking you to apply that same standard of fairness, transparency, and shared responsibility to every group moving forward, and to be honest about who is protected and who is asked to sacrifice. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next group of speakers, we have Eva Macias, followed by Eduardo Macias, and then Lucy Lewis.
Good evening. Good. My name is Eva, and I currently go to California Middle School. And I've been doing choir for 2 years now. And because of budget cuts, the classes that I'm taking, for my school, will maybe cut because our periods are getting cut off by 2. So choir will be permanently cut off from my school, and that will be something that was very important to me. And I feel that we should give everything the same amount that we need, including music. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Eduardo Macias, and my child is in the ELC program. And what I wanted to say first is I wouldn't be here if I didn't believe our kids' teachers' jobs could be saved by you all. These teachers have been foundational in my child's first year in school. And I ask you to not tear that away. They are essential members of our community. Community can have different definitions for people, but I get most clear on what it means when I look at its opposite. The opposite of community is alienation. And my child is going to be alienated and lose his trusted teacher we hoped he could continue to have. And just as bad, or possibly worse, our teachers are being alienated from the guidance they provide every morning with our kids, alienated from the passionate career for some over 20 years, working in the education field, and likely from their own well-being and financial stability. This budget deficit is not even by their own doing, but they have to bear the brunt of this fiscal and auditing irresponsibility. And I just think that's unacceptable. So I ask you to make a motion to reconsider, because I know it was voted on last time, and keep them on board in our communities and in our children's lives. Thank you.
Next speaker is Lucy Lewis. Lucy Lewis. I guess we'll move on. So we have a number of speakers, Madam President, who are signed up to speak on the topic of the LDV Children's Center. Some of them signed up as 7.0 public comment, some as 12.3. Do you want to give everyone the opportunity to do that now?
Yes. So I want to acknowledge that our agenda does say that if your issue is on the agenda, we ask that you speak at that time. But we also respect that that is later in the evening and some of you have children with you. So we want to offer the choice. If you can wait to speak at a later time right before we make our decision, that would be great. If you do need to speak now, you're welcome to come up and do that at this time.
So we will use the maximum 15 minutes on the topic of the LDV Children's Center. We'll begin with Sharice Perez, followed by Cynthia Metcalf, and then Phyllis Mosley.
Again, come forward if you'd like, or just let us know you'll come later.
Hi, good evening, board members. My name is Sharice Perez, and I am a parent of a child who attends American Legion Early Learning Center. I hope you all understand that these centers are not daycare centers. These are crucial foundations for our children, for our children's future, especially for parents like myself who need them most. Early learning centers provide a safe, nurturing environment where our kids develop essential social and cognitive skills. They learn how to interact with peers, follow instructions, and develop a love for learning. For many parents like myself, these schools are a lifeline. They offer affordable care that allow me to work, attend school, or pursue job training, all while knowing that my child is in a supportive and enriching environment. Eliminating these programs would affect low-income families, especially with work requirements and other requirements that are now standard for Medi-Cal, food, cash, all of the services that affect low-income families. Without access to affordable early learning for parents like myself, I would be forced to choose between working or caring for my child, potentially trapping her in a cycle of poverty. Investing in early learning is investing in our community's future and ensuring that all children have an opportunity to succeed regardless of their background. So please support the program and expand these vital programs, not eliminating them. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Dr. Cynthia Metcalf. My son attends Leonardo da Vinci's Children's Center. He has since he was in kindergarten, and it has been a vital program as a part of his education. Some of the children that go to LDV are neurodivergent or have other challenges, and they require medication while they're at school. That medication wears off by the time they get home from school. I am his sole parent. If I don't have childcare, then I don't work. So it is vital to my working. But the real unique thing about Children's Center is that because we have these highly skilled teachers, they have homework club. And so the kids, when they come from class, they're able to actually get their homework done with credentialed teachers. And I still go over his homework with him when we get home from school, but he's able to do it at a time when he can focus and when he's able to. When we get home at the end of a very long day, like today, trying to get homework done becomes a battle and a frustration, and it's a barrier to learning. And so having Children's Center and having a unique environment where parents like myself and children like my son are able to find that balance and the support that we need, we're willing to pay the extra tuition that it costs for Children's Center because it works for us. Other programs will not work for us. We need Children's Center. Thank you.
Next is Phyllis Mosley, followed by Jake Newmeyer, and then Michelle Shaffey.
Good evening. My name is Phyllis Mosley, and I am one of the teachers at the Leonardo da Vinci Children's Center. And tonight I come before you just saying that we would like to have a seat at the table to discuss solvency. It seems like everybody makes a decision, and we're always on the chopping block, but no one comes to us for solutions. And we've said that there are ways that we can cut some things to make room in the budget, such as unnecessarily being open during fall break, winter break, spring break. These are easy solutions that would mean a lot in regard to helping us to be sustainable. And again, as teachers retire, don't replace them with other 12-month teachers. Replace them with 10-month teachers, because then you're not running those programs all year long, and that would help. Also, some transparency in regards to the budget. We've asked time and time again, and it's fallen on deaf ears. We take care of our own selves, so we don't absolutely need all the overhead in regards to a director, a coordinator. Simply, we can answer to a director because we solve most of our own problems. We run a very successful program. I've been there for over 17 years. I have a co-teacher that we worked hard to build a program that values children. We don't just work the hours that they give us. We are invested in their future. We go to events before and after school, on weekends. We love what we do, and we believe in addressing the whole child. So we would like a seat at the table, and we say, don't close this. Let's have an open discussion. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you all very much, for the time to come here, and we'll wrap it up. I've been standing here before to address you guys on this subject right here, on the LDV Children's Center. I'm just going to grab a few comments, and I want to put a little bit of life to them as well. And there's something that Phyllis said, and her and Cassandra do a phenomenal job at what they do. Children's Center is not a program where we can just park our kids and they sort of keep them alive until the end of the day, right? In fact, one conversation with Ms. Mosley, she actually had to correct his TK teacher to say, no, he's already doing that. He's already advanced. His primary teacher in TK was arguing that he was not proficient in whatever it was at the moment. So they're providing a significant amount of education, direction. I mean, the list goes on. I want to echo too the comment that Phyllis just made about having a seat at the table, right? I'm retired law enforcement, and one thing that we were trained in every way was have a high visual horizon. We're looking down the road quite a ways so that we don't run into somebody, so that we don't hurt somebody, and that sort of thing. And so to ask these teachers who, she's not lying. I've seen her car there before I get my kids to school and then after, and they're still there. Give them the chance to weigh in so we can plan ahead. That's the fair and the right way to go. We can solve this problem together. Okay? Thanks, guys.
Hi, my name is Michelle Shaffey. My daughter, Emmy, who is here, is a kindergartner at LDV, and she attends the Children's Center. I first want to ask the board that before you make a decision on this matter, that updated financial modeling specific to the Children's Center at LDV be generated and presented, and that this data be evaluated separate and apart from the data from Matsuyama Children's Center. After observing the last school board meeting, I'm concerned that the district and the board is being asked to make decisions based on old numbers from previous years and numbers that are combining the financial data from two separate and differently situated school sites. At LDV, we have been consistently fully enrolled at our Children's Center. In this past year, we were 103% enrolled. And our expectation is that if accurate and updated data were presented to the board, it would reveal that LDV's Children's Center is self-sustaining or near self-sustaining. And if not, look at the turnout we have. We have families who are here and who are willing to discuss changes that would make it self-sustainable and allow it to remain open. I also want the school board to please consider that LDV's Children's Center brings families into the district. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next group of speakers, we have Katarina Robinson, followed by Cassandra Kelly Tillman. Ms. Kelly Tillman has 5 cards for 5 minutes.
Good evening, and thank you for your time today. My name is Katrina Robinson, and my 2 children, Teddy and Eloise, attend Children's Center at Leonardo da Vinci. This is my first time at a school board meeting, and I'm here to ask you not to close Leonardo da Vinci's Children's Center. You've heard a lot of the practical reasons for why our parents don't think the facility should be closed. It's over-enrolled consistently. Our parents pay a higher tuition than both ACES and 4th R. If you take our children and have us compete with everyone else who are in free childcare slots, then you're looking at 78 kids that are trying to displace the other kids in the free programs or the 4th R that is less expensive than Children's Center. So we're trying to pay our own way, and we want to come to the table with solutions. But really, I'm not here for any of those fiscal arguments. I'm here because when I told my daughter that the facility was going to close potentially at the end of the year, she cried, and she told me, where am I going to go? And I didn't have an answer for that. And so I'm here to ask you to give her a place to go. She and my son were both kids that one of them was born during COVID, the other one was a toddler during COVID. And when they came to TK at Leonardo da Vinci, my daughter was hesitant. This was her first full setting with a bunch of people, and then she had to go to childcare after that, and Miss Mosley spoke to her with a puppet and helped her feel comfortable around other people until she could just interact with people on the natural. And both my children have learned to read at Children's Center, so please keep it open so they have a place to go.
Thank you. It is.
Good evening. I'm Cassandra Tillman. I do work at LDV's Children's Center. And what I wanted to talk to you today about is a couple of things that I don't think you may be aware of. You may be aware of them, but we have been in operation, like I mentioned last time, for more than 30 years. We opened in 1985, school year, 85-86. We offer academic support in language arts and in math. We also offer homework assistance. We provide direct communication between ourselves and the staff at LDV to help support the students in whatever their needs are. We also serve over 70 families and growing, and 90% of those families use care 5 days a week. So we're not talking about a day here and there. Our fees generate approximately $450,000 to $500,000 a year, and we could grow more than that. One of the things that we would like to suggest to help meet some of our financial needs is we are considering the closing of one of our sites that is not meeting their enrollment right now. And it's unfortunate, but that's what's happened. We also will be losing one of our teachers who's retiring. That's going to affect our staffing balance. We also want to reduce the amount of clerical services that we're getting. We do not need full-time clerical service because we do a lot of things at our site ourselves. As teachers in early childhood development, you are trained to deal with administrative details. That's enrollment, that's termination. All of that is required to get your certification to be a head teacher in early childhood development. We also want to operate on a 10-month plan. We have many of our parents who have alternative care for summers and school breaks, so the need is not there for that.
We also want to restructure our fee base, our fees. We used to offer drop-in and 1 day a week for those parents who do need care 1 day a week so that they can come join our program. And we want to adjust our supply orders. We're getting a snack and we're paying $7.50 per child for snack. Unfortunately, I'll say 40% of that snack is tossed in the trash. So they're not eating it. So why are we buying it? You know, that's just money going out the window. Effective immediately. This spring could be our first step. We don't need to be open for spring break. That's because I'm a 10-month teacher, the other teachers are gonna be on vacation. That means we have to bring in subs. That's more money to overhead, and we're not gonna bring in that many students. Last spring, I believe we had 20 students. Okay, those are not our peak times that we need. Parents need us September to June when school is in session. And also opening up our registration so that we can know how many students we're getting to better budget what we have to do. So if we know that we're getting 100 students in March, we budget 100 students. But if we don't know that until July or August, you're putting the horse behind the carriage. So why are we waiting? Why are we sitting back saying we can't do it now? We need to know how many students we're getting. If we're only going to get 100 students, that's what you budget for. That's how you do your own home. If you're only going to make $2,000 a month, you don't budget for 3. You budget for 2. So we're all educated here. We know that 1 + 1 is 2. Let's do that. Let's do the math. And we don't, right now, like I said, administratively, we don't need coordinators to tell us how to run our program. I'm sure they're talented in their own right. To be honest, though, we've all been trained to deal with administrative. I personally came from a family that ran a large preschool and school-age program. So I was indoctrinated a long time ago. So again, we want to sit down and talk. No one's talking to us. No one's asking us. An after-school program is essential to building not only relationship, but your enrollment. As a parent, if I don't have after-school program at LDV, but I can get it at, Father Keith B. Kenning, I'm going to Father Keith B. Kenning. If I can't get it there, I'm going to Natomas. I'm going to go to, Elk Grove. I'm not going to go there because you're not meeting my needs. So that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next speaker is Lucy Lewis.
Good evening, board members. I apologize for not being here. I had to step out a few moments ago, but I appreciate you guys and allowing me to come back and to speak, and I value you guys' time, so I definitely appreciate that. My name is Lucy Lewis. I am not only an employee here at Saxon Unified School District, but I'm also a parent. I'm here to speak for the parents at Elthler Creek Elementary School when it comes to early education and our teacher that is possibly going to lose a position as well, too. So I have a couple of different letters in front of me from the parents that couldn't be here, so I'm going to try to speak. The teachers behind me are also giving me their time, so I'm going to try to speak as fast as possible. That way we can move along a little bit. So the first letter is from a parent. Dear board members, I'm writing as a parent of 2-year-old twins enrolled in our early education program to respectfully request consideration of the proposed layoff of Ms. Karen. Early childhood education is fundamental. At 2 years old, children are not only learning early academic skills, but also developing trust, emotional regulation, language, and social confidence. These milestones are deeply influenced by stable, consistent caregiving relationships. Ms. Karen has been a longstanding and dedicated teacher. The stability, experience, and nurturing environment she provides cannot be easily replaced. My children feel safe, supported, and eager to learn each day because of this teacher's consistency, presence, and care. While I understand that funding challenges require difficult decisions, I urge the board to consider the long-term development impact and removing an experienced early educated teacher. high quality early learning depends on continuing and relationships building, especially for my two toddlers. Investing in toddler stability is investing in the future success of our community. Thank you for your thoughtful consideration. I don't have my glasses for this one, so bear with me because it's little. Dear board members, I'm writing to express.
Sorry, I'm going to pause you for a second. How much time did she have?
Well, she was supposed to speak on the topic of attendance department for 2
No.
minutes.
Oh, this is the early education.
Yeah, that's on a different topic, though. So you had told us you were going to talk about attendance department here for 2 minutes, and now you're talking about 12.5. I haven't gotten there yet.
Okay, so go ahead and switch it to the preschool.
Okay.
And we had 5 minutes total?
Well, I mean, I don't know, honestly. I don't know.
Are you not sure? Okay.
She has.
Okay, so
She
how
has-
much time?
She has 5 cards on early Head Start for
Okay.
12.5 is what was written.
Okay. Okay, go ahead and give her 3 minutes, and you'll have 3 minutes to finish. So you won't have time to read all the letters, so kind of decide what you want to share with us publicly.
Okay, so I will just go off of my experience then
Perfect.
as a parent. I have 6 children. I had the ability to be able to have all of my children in different programs. I had the ability to be able to afford those at that time. Right now, with everything going on, to have this program right now is exceptionally important. My 2-year-old she loves people, but she doesn't love people. When it comes to Miss Karen, we had a different teacher earlier this year. As you guys know, when it comes to toddlers and infants, they take a long time to be able to open up to a teacher. It takes a long time to be able to build those rapports and that relationship building when it comes to young children. To continue to keep bringing other teachers in and out is hard for the kids, especially when they have that relationship with them. When it comes to Miss Karen, she came in after having a long-term sub. The long-term sub was there for probably about 2 months when Ms. Karen came in, so it was a little bit of a difficulty, even though they had both teachers there, which they did an amazing job to make sure our sub was still there to when Ms. Karen came in, so it was an easy transitional action right there. When it comes to my daughter, she loves to go to school. She loves to be able to be in there. She loves Ms. Karen. I have to drop her off in the morning because, again, I have other children to drop off. She cries, she takes her, she holds her, she makes sure that she's comfortable. She learns expectationally. She comes home learning her numbers. When Miss Karen's there, she'll be like, "Hi, Miss Karen. Hi, teacher. Hi." In the very beginning, she would call her auntie. "Hi, auntie. Hi." And so that is the importance of having that bond in these classrooms when it comes to our children. I am not easily wanting to give my children to anybody. I ask where they're going. When it comes to my older ones, they cannot even spend the night with me saying, "Hey, where are you going?" And my daughter is thriving with Miss Karen. She's loving it. She's important. She teaches our children everything. So to take her out of this classroom and to put somebody else in there after she's grown this bond with these students is going to be tremendously as a disservice to all the children that are in there. It's just, I don't know what we'd end up doing on having to pull another teacher in there in order to make that bond and get their education the way that they're getting right now. So I hope that you guys would take that into consideration when it comes to her position. I know what budget deficits we're facing right now, and I understand that. But you guys have the opportunity to keep a teacher in this class if you choose to do so. And I'm just asking that you actually take that consideration and to keep her there, because the only people that really have that power right now is you. And as a parent, I'm asking you that you guys keep Miss Karen in this classroom. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next speaker is Michaela Sullivan for 4 minutes, followed by Karen Griffith and then Sandra Yanez.
I do not need, hello, sorry. Peace team, my name is Michaela Sullivan, and I do not need 4 minutes. I have worked for Sac City for 24 years. I've been setting the foundation for early childhood education most of my life. It means the world to me to help out the families, to assist the children in their next learning development. Currently, I am an ELC teacher for 1.7 months of this 24 years. And so my name is, or I think my name, it will be on the chopping block. By dismantling this program, it's not only affecting me or devastating my family, but it's affecting teachers, it's affecting the coordinators, it's affecting our families, our children, our CDSs. It's the whole entire program. And with that being said, I just want to say we need ELC. ELC is important. It sets the foundation. You can't go to TK without being an ELC.
Next is Karen Griffith, followed by Sandra Yanez, and then Eduarda Alvarado.
Good morning, Board. My name is Karen Griffith. I am the Deputy Director of SETA Children and Family Services, and SETA is the grantee at the federal level of all Head Start and Early Head Start services that come into Sacramento County. The Sacramento City School District has been a subrecipient of ours for many decades, and we currently fund the district at just under $7 million annually to provide preschool and toddler services to 616 children. These funds are contingent on Sac City being able to continue to meet all performance standards and expectations of the contract. This not only includes the education services in classrooms, but comprehensive content areas such as health, mental health, family engagement, safe environments, and ongoing data aggregation and program level planning. Head Start programs must maintain organizational structures that will ensure that all program activities are conducted in a manner consistent with the performance standards. This is not an opinion, this is federal law. If the district is unable to provide these services and the essential elements of the grant when they submit, SETA will not be able to continue to fund this program. And that is not what we want, but that is what we are up against if the Head Start grant does not come in with the essential systems. Reductions of services and enrollment slots are not ideal, but they may be necessary to right-size a program to maintain and sustain capacity. I request that the board continue to look at a solution that balances classroom needs, enrollment slots, staffing, as well as its supportive and appropriate administrative support systems so that we can continue to serve the families in a high-quality program. Thank you.
Thank you.
Sandra Yanez, and then Lala Alvarado.
Hello. We are the Llanes, and we have 4 kids who are in the school district, one of them being in the preschool program at Lisbon. So we want to be here to talk to you guys heart to heart as parents. All 4 of our kids have gone to the preschool program for 2 years. Now, this one in this program, this is her 2nd year now. Next year, she will be going into kinder. But we firsthand have seen as parents how important the preschool program is. It's not, for us, it's not a free daycare. It's not that we're being lazy parents. It's not anything of that sort, because I've heard so many people say so many reasons why they don't want the preschool program or why it's not good. But we have seen how much it helps our kids. We also hear that you guys might not want it because, oh, you know, we have TK. My oldest son is 17 now, and we've seen that it's hard to get into TK programs. A lot of schools don't have TK programs. My other son is at LDV. She wasn't able to get into the TK program this year. They only had one. So that was really hard. So essentially that means that our kids are gonna be thrown into kindergarten. And you guys need to understand how hard that would be for the teachers and our students of just throwing them in there for the first time by themselves without their parents that they've been with for 5 years, essentially. And that's gonna be really traumatic. It's gonna be really hard for the teachers to focus and teach when they have so many crying kids, which we've seen. you know, like again, 4 kids, we've seen the kinder and we know which kids didn't go to preschool, didn't go to TK because they are crying, they're interrupting the class, and it's really traumatic. So we want you guys to think about all that for the kids. Their kids are the most important. Ms. Makila, she is a teacher. She was teacher for both of my 2 of my kids, 4 years total. We love her. She protects our kids. I trust her with everything. So I ask you, please do not get rid of Ms. Makila at Lisbon. She is one of the best teachers I've ever seen. Thank you.
Thank you.
Final speaker, Lala Alvarado.
Hello, my name is Eduardo Alvarado. Everybody calls me Miss Lala. And I've been working for child development for over 30 years. I think this will be my 36th year. And I'm talking right now about early Head Start, the infant and the toddler programs that will feed our preschools that will feed TK and kindergarten. And, you know, that's what we do. And our parents are not 10-month employees. We might be 10-month employees, but the parents that need the childcare are not 10-month employees. And they really, really need a program extended through the year so that their children can attend. So my thing is, don't rob them of having to decide where their children are going to go for summer, who's going to care for them. If they don't have any family members, there's a lot of programs that won't take them on a month-to-month basis. And then they come back to us. Vacation for 2 months, come back to us. You know, not with that age group. It doesn't work for them. It doesn't work for the parents. So I just would like to say, please don't take their extended hour and their extended program for, you know, throughout the year. They deserve it. They need it. And I think it's awesome that they can have it. So keep it for them. They really need it. Keeps their jobs. Keeps them out of having to go to public assistance and being homeless. Thank you.
Thank you.
No more public comment.
All right, thank you so much. Moving on to 8.0 consent agenda. Member Kayada.
I'd like to pull item 8.1L.
8.1L has been pulled. Are there any others?
Which one are you pulling?
8.1L.
Okay, I thought that's what you said. Thank you.
I will entertain a motion to move the rest of the items aside from 8.1L.
I'll move.
Thank you. Do we have a second? Thank you, Member Rhodes. And Madam Interim Superintendent.
Okay, thank you. Member Jean?
Aye.
Member Kayada?
Aye.
Member Benjamin? Member Navarro? Oh, sorry. Member Rhodes?
Aye.
Member Singh?
Aye.
Member Ibarra?
Aye. All right, Member Kayada, motion passes, and I'll have Member Kayada speak to 8.1L.
This was not for discussion, just to vote.
Oh, okay, it's just a vote. Okay, but what's your motion?
My motion is to not approve staff recommendations.
Okay, do we have a second?
I'll second.
All right, and Madam Interim Superintendent.
Okay, Member Jean?
Aye.
Member Kayada?
Aye.
Member Benjamin?
Aye.
Member Rhodes?
Aye.
Member Singh?
Aye.
Member Ibarra?
Aye.
Thank you.
All right, motion passes. Moving on to 9.0 communications, employee organization reports, SCTA. Welcome.
Thank you. Good evening, members of the board, Interim Superintendent McCarn, and Board President Jean, and Nikki Davis-Malevsky, President of the Sacramento City Teachers Association. There is no denying that we are at a very critical time where information is needed to make key decisions to ensure our district's passage forward. It is just so frustrating that that information is not provided. We've heard this board ask for detailed updates meeting after meeting. Here we are in the middle of February, and I fear that we will not be seeing the updates and the answers to the questions that you, as board members, have the right to know, that you need to know before you make financial decisions. We had a very frustrating meeting about the budget with the district staff yesterday, where it took over 15 minutes to get a still not very clear answer as to what enrollment projections the district was using for the staffing decisions at their budget development meetings. That led to the PKS that you were asked to vote on at the last meeting. The outside consultant that you guys pay, a professional demographer, says that there will be 1,167 more students next year. We suspect that that estimate is a little high, but it certainly suggests that we're not losing students. We just want to know, and you should know, what enrollment projections the CERNA staff used to make allocations, and what ADA numbers are we using for next year. That equals revenue. We are also concerned that there's no estimate of the money saved from the position closures that were voted on last week. Reductions of teachers should be based on enrollment or budget concerns. And no one, even you, the elected governing body, has been told what the enrollment numbers are and what the savings are from the PKS and what they are predicted to be. How can you know if enough administrative positions have been closed to close the gap? Have they limited the administrative positions, both restricted and unrestricted, to the 270 that you directed? The number of restricted and unrestricted admins in this district, when we had many more students back before COVID, when the enrollment was so much larger, we only had 270 unrestricted and restricted administrators, and that was the direction that you gave the district staff. But what they're presenting to you doesn't look like that's what they did. The fiscal update shows that they're cutting 60 restricted and unrestricted positions. Since they have 383 this year, that leaves us with 323 administrators for 26-27, far above the direction this board gave. There are only 2 more meetings for you to make tough staffing decisions. And how can you if you're not told critical information? You don't know what the savings are so far. You're going to have to make deeper administrative cuts to make sure that you can have a passing budget and then add back what you can afford, add back what you really need. As I said last time, the information that was lacking in the list of PKS of direct services to students is significantly damaging to our district. It's damaging to our reputation that we've worked so hard to build. It's damaging to our district's ability to recruit and retain teachers. Many of the educators that we work so hard to recruit for our students are freaking out right now. They're starting to look at EdJoin. They're beefing up their resumes. When the district knows that in that same budget development process that decided to close these positions, there were also decisions to add these other positions that we're not being told about. They also have in hand a long list of teachers who put in their irrevocable resignations or retirements for the end of the school year. And so it is known that even if these reductions were correct, what I don't believe they are, that many of the credentials that are closed are less than the number of teachers that we already know having that credential that are leaving at the end of this year. Many of the credentials that you're closed we're actually going to need to hire next school year. The SCUSD recruitment team had a recruitment event planned that we historically help with, and it was planned for next Tuesday to recruit our student teachers that we've trained this year and ask them to stay and work for Sac City Unified. Now that event is postponed until the district will tell us where we really have vacancies. We're blowing this opportunity to secure the best new teachers for our students, and I find it so frustrating. In sum, we believe that this board should have its questions answered and be provided the information that you need to make decisions to move our district forward before it's too late for you to make some of those decisions. And you really only have 2 more board meetings to make those decisions. So thank you for your time and your attention and your hard work.
Thank you. SEIU? It is.
Good evening, everyone. It's been a long day today. We had a funeral for one of our members who had been with us for 30 years with a fantastic turnout. He had a great going away. And prior to coming here, I had a chapter meeting in person, which had a lot of our people impacted with the layoffs, right? So we told them what was going on in the budget that we found out so far, and that we're missing a lot of data and a lot of numbers, that we've asked for slides to be changed, and they weren't changed. So we're getting tons of calls, tons of questions, and we can't provide the answers that we need, because we really don't have all the data that we need. Now, we're not only sharing CTA's concerns about the uncertain enrollment numbers and how it impacts our unit, but it impacts a whole bunch of our members' lives. I get an email today, and I'm sorry I have to do it this way, but I'm really tired of this situation. Every year, there's a timeline for layoffs. And every year, HR sends me a notice. Your layoff meetings are going to start on this date. There's no conversation with Carla, Jim, or the field staff. Will this time fit into your calendar? Do you have pre-scheduled meetings? We're actually bargaining on the day that the meetings are being scheduled. That's not going to work for us. And we also have the right for an RFI for needed information so that we can provide data to our members and explain to them, this is happening at your site because of this, or you have return rights to this. But we don't have that information, and we don't have names. We don't have any of that. But I have to go to a meeting with HR, with my members being called in, and my team that I'm training for my 3rd year in a row, that are learning how to help members on layoffs. Because somebody in HR decides, this is the date and this is the time. I'm sorry, it's not okay. Something has to change, and I shouldn't have to be up here every year saying the same phrase. It's not okay. I take every one of these layoffs personally for my members, and I want to do the best I can for them. My team wants to do the best we can for them, but we need the data so that we can share information that's accurate, and we can help them any way we can. We know there's timelines, but those timelines don't mean right now, right here, right this second. We want the district to provide us the information we need right now, right here, right this second. Tit for tat. Please give us the information we need so we can help our members do the right decisions. Thank you.
Thank you. TCS, Teamsters, UPE. Welcome.
Good evening. First, I'd like to start with, it's really interesting to me that UPE gets 3 minutes and everybody else gets 15 minutes. I'd like to see maybe us talk about that a little bit. My name is Cindy Hollander, and I'm a principal at Sequoia Elementary. This is my 31st year in Sac City Unified. I've been an AP at at Fernbacon and Johnson. I have been a training specialist at Tahoe. I was a teacher at Lisbon. And I went to preschool at Wilsey Wood through 12th grade in Sac City Unified. So I'm a proud Sac City person. I'm not leaving. This district I'm one of those people who stays for the longevity. I am here, though, representing UPE, AFSA, Local 154, AFL-CIO. At last week's chaotic board meeting, this board eventually voted to approve a slate of preliminary position closures. Those included 12 central office UPE represented positions. That is 41% of our central office represented staff. As you may remember from prior remarks by our president, UPE's entire membership is only 4% of total district staffing. It is impossible to balance our district's budget on the backs of central office administrators. But we know the truth. These cuts are not about balancing the budget. These cuts are intended to achieve a return to an imaginary pre-pandemic staffing level. No research was done to establish the ideal number of administrators, as there is none, and no data exists to support that this board's determined level of administrators will be cost-effective, increase efficiency, or improve student outcomes. Instead, the establishment of a set number of capricious cuts has prevented departments and staff from implementing effective restructuring or appropriately right-sizing programs, as the cuts have been solely focused on achieving a predetermined number as recommended by another labor partner. UPE is absorbing 12 cuts, but since the 2019-2020 school year, we've increased our central office UPE staffing by 4 full-time employees. Meanwhile, other labor segments have increased their FTE by the hundreds. The consequences of these arbitrary, highly political, and completely unnecessary cuts will be borne by school sites and students. There's a reason that full-time administrators were hired to supervise this work. It can't and it won't be done by school site leaders or classroom teachers due to purely time, if nothing else. It's not about dedication by the site. It is highly technical, time-consuming, and student-centered. I'd like to list for you some of the direct student services and programming that will no longer be possible due to cuts. Middle school math, I'll go really fast. Middle school mathletes, competitions, awards, that impacts at least 100 students in our middle schools. District-wide math placement recommendation process, ensuring equitable access to appropriate courses. Won't be able to continue. Completion of the TK through 8th grade math adoption process. Students benefiting from IEPs will lose their district-provided legally obligated oversight and support, loss of internal support and training, oversight and data analysis of district interim assessments for math and ELA, loss of guidance for and oversight of IEPs, including those where outside legal counsel and parent advocates are in attendance. Students who take the CAW per their IEP will lose the person who ensures that their exams are appropriately set up and administered according to the law. Removal of supervision and support of district OTs, PTs, SLPs, and psychologists. Elementary teachers in grades TK through 6 will lose vital professional learning related to especially ELA. Equitable access to, support of, and oversight of the state-mandated reading difficulties risk screener. Emergent bilingual students and their families will lose their support from the multilingual office, who ensure sites have ELAC committees and access to academic resources. And emergent bilingual students will experience delays in LPAC testing. This budget crisis was not unexpected. It was entirely avoidable. This board made choices that favored one labor group over all other employees. As the chaos continues, UPE continues to wait for its invitation to attend the budget committee meetings, where we are ready to show up with real negotiated solutions that will restore long-term fiscal solvency. Thank you.
9.2, student member report. Member Kemper.
Good evening, everyone. Happy Thursday. I'm just going to give some overview as to what happened in SAC yesterday. First, our cohort has narrowed down our final initiatives. This year, we hope to increase student voice in all district committees, like LCAP, research a best buddies model for our high schools, foster an inclusive community and integration of our special education students, improve relationships between students and site administration, and finally, build mini SACs as a long-term at high schools. While we were solidifying our topic initiatives, we were joined by our interim superintendent. The immediate visit was an amazing surprise and signified just how committed she is to prioritizing students in her very busy times. So the SAC would just like to thank you so much, Superintendent McArn, for making sure to highlight the importance of acknowledging and uplifting our youth voice in the space. On top of being visited by our superintendent, we were also welcomed by Priscilla and Sarah Lynn Bienvenu from CAC to further discussions about collaboration in the upcoming Parent Leader Conference. The entire SAC will be volunteering during the event, and I'd like to take some time now to welcome all parents across the district to attend this Parent Leader Conference from 5:15 to 7 p.m. on Wednesday, February 25th. There will be free childcare as well as translators available. It's a great opportunity for parents to ask students questions about how they navigate through the district and to learn about parent and student resources within the district as well. And that's just going to be it for me today. Thank you.
(9.3) President Report. So the key thing I'm announcing is that we are officially starting a search for a permanent superintendent. And the first step for that is to form a board ad hoc committee who will be tasked with reviewing the proposals that come in from search firms. So I'm planning on participating in that myself and wanted to see if one or two other members would like to join me. Member Benjamin, Member Singh, anybody else? Oh, yeah, that would be 3, but that doesn't mean we can't have, everybody can volunteer and we can Rochambeau it or something. So if we're good, it'll be me, Member Benjamin, Member Singh. Okay, fantastic. We have our ad hoc committee. Thank you. And then this is my official announcement that we are doing a request for proposal process, RFP. We're going to be asking that any proposals that come in really focus in on a community engagement proposal on how to make sure that we are hearing from all different areas of our community, our labor partners, our community organizations and groups, our schools, our PTO, PTAs, and could just keep listing everybody. So we know that that's going to be super important. We also really want a clear understanding of your recruitment process and your vetting process of candidates. And we'd also like to know what your placement success rate is when you bring those candidates. I do have a list of other qualifications and things, but those are the ones I wanted to mention specifically. If anybody has any other that you'd like me to add to that list coming to mind, we'll go from there. All right, so that is my president report tonight. And moving on to information sharing by board members. Member Benjamin. Member Ibarra.
I just wanted to give a quick shout out to Camellia Basic Elementary School. I had the opportunity to join them for their Lunar New Year celebration yesterday, but I felt the need to highlight that. Hey, I see someone in the audience. Yay. I wanted to just take a moment to highlight just a beautiful moment that it was. I did not take pictures or videos because I really was there to embody the moment with the community. And in that, I got to see the true representation of what SUSD is. It was such a beautiful moment to see how one culture celebrates and brings in the new year while learning and hearing from students teach me about many of the traditions that come along with it, like their practices and superstitions. But the most beautiful part of all was to see how inclusive their performance was. Even though it was culture specific, I got to see a group of students from every background you can imagine participate in dances and songs, which, I mean, just to give you a glimpse of it, I got to see this young lady in her hijab, dressed as a geisha, dancing her heart out in one of the performances. And if that doesn't embody who we are at SUSD, I don't know what is. So huge shout out to what they did to really embody that and include everyone in their celebration. And I hope to see more of that from the adults as well, including myself, and really put me in a reflective space of how do we include everyone in those conversations and just be really truthful with each other. We are a district who is very much into the practice of social emotional learning. And I think it's time for us as adults to be able to have those uncomfortable conversations and understand that sometimes we will agree to disagree, but we have to center students around every conversation that we have. So again, I want to bring this back to Camellia Basic and how seeing this moment of celebration really allowed me to reflect on where we are right now, but where we can be if we just stay together in this whole process. So huge shout out to Ms. Mua and the entire team over at Camellia Basics for that beautiful and enriching moment.
Benjamin.
Okay, thank you for that. this school district is it's built on courage. My family taught in the school district. I believe in the school district. I heard someone get up earlier and say they went TK to 12 in this district. I'm the same way, and I ain't going nowhere either. Today I want to take time. It's Black History Month. I want to take time to, and we'll see some presentations a little bit later, but I want to take time to just set tone. Today we're going to talk about Elizabeth Thorne Scott Flood, Sacramento's first Black educator. We want to take this month to celebrate pioneers who refuse to accept injustice. Today we pause to recognize a woman whose courage helped shape the moral and educational foundation of our city. That's Elizabeth Thorne Scott Flood, Sacramento's first Black educator. In 1854, when her son was denied access to public education, she did not retreat. She responded with courage. She opened her Sacramento home downtown and began teaching children who had been told that they did not belong. In doing so, she planted the seeds that helped shape the moral and educational foundation of our city and education throughout California. Although she only lived to be 39 years old, her impact reshaped the future of public education both locally and statewide. She proved that one determined woman armed with faith and conviction could challenge a system built to exclude her people. Her legacy continued through her family and community leaders who pushed for fair and equitable education, helping to change California law. Elizabeth Thorne Scott Flood reminds us that progress is not given, it is built. And it is built by those willing to act when the world says no. Elizabeth Thorne Scott Flood did not wait for systems to change. She built what did not exist. She understood that education is not simply instruction, it is dignity, opportunity, and liberation. As we continue our work to advance equity here in Sacramento and throughout the district, may we remember her example. Let us honor her not only in words, but in policy, partnership, and progress. Ladies and gentlemen, Elizabeth Thorne Scott Flood, Sacramento's first Black educator. Thank you.
Thank you so much for sharing that, Member Benjamin. Are there any other comments? Member Rhodes?
Yes, I will be quick. I just wanted to give a huge shout out to Brian Peck and Woodbine Elementary. This week we had an opportunity to be part of a speaker series that Mr. Peck is putting on for Black History Month. He's bringing Black leaders, educators, community members into classrooms during lunchtime and having conversations. It's a beautiful thing to see our young people engaged in Black history in that way. Also, not last week, but the week before, we were able to take around 35 community members to see our central kitchen. One of the things that, as we have our deficits here in our district, sometimes we forget to uplift our assets. And community members who got to get the opportunity to check out what the central kitchen is doing, how we source food, what we do with our students and how we're giving back, they were amazed by it. And it just reminded me that here in our district, we have a lot of great things happening, a lot of wonderful people doing work, and sometimes we don't uplift that enough. And then lastly, next Thursday, February 26th, at Health Professions High School, they have an event called We Are Black History, from Ancestors to Architects. And so I'll be speaking there that night as well, but invite community out to be part of that as well. Happy Black History Month, and I'll yield my time. Thank you.
Member Singh.
All right, well, thank you. I just wanted to add that the month of Ramadan has started for many of our community members. So for our Muslim community members, students, staff, parents, families, happy Ramadan. Yeah. And I know that includes fasting and a whole lot of reflection. So just wishing you all a month of peace and reflection, and just asking all of us to take a little bit of a second when you are interacting with children and even staff and students, because it's not easy to do things when you're hungry, and folks are spending their whole day not eating. So just a little bit of mindfulness as you interact with our children and our families. So that's all.
Member Rhodes?
And you reminded me something that I should actually give a shout out to, Danny Ruleri, the work that you're doing across the district with connecting with CARE and getting the information out to all of our sites about Ramadan, about how teachers and staff can be involved and uplifting. I've heard back from the community, man, and they're really appreciative. So I just want everybody to give a round of applause for Danny back there. And for really doing some behind-the-scenes work to really get people connected. There's one thing to make a post, there's one thing to make statements, but there's another thing to truly connect people and care for them. So Danny, I just wanted to give you your flowers today. And also, as we celebrate Ramadan for this year, Ramadan and Lent, it falls on the same time. So also for anybody who is observing Lent as well, that's for you guys as well. I just think that, did we do Chinese New Year? All of those things are at the same time, and I just want to make sure that we're giving the reverence and presence to that as well. But really, Danny, bang up job, man, and thank you so much.
10.1, recognition of Black History Month.
Yeah, perfect. Okay. Good evening, everyone. My name is Danny Rilletti. I'm Interim Assistant Superintendent of Curriculum and Instruction, and I'm joined with...
I'm Erin Leone. I'm the History, Social Science Content Specialist for our district.
Ashley Alexander had a prior commitment, so she's not able to join us tonight. So the words I'm going to speak on the next slide are Ashley's words that when this was scheduled to be on the calendar the previous couple weeks ago. So I just want to honor what her words were and speak on her behalf. So we are presenting tonight a profound historical milestone. February 2026 marks exactly 100 years since Carter G. Woodson launched the very first Negro History Week. Woodson is known as a father of Black history, but it is important to remember that his work was born out of necessity, not just celebration. He believed that the education system of his time was failing students by telling a partial story of America, one that erased Black contributions. In 1933, he authored The Miseducation of the Negro, arguing that schools were conditioning Black students to accept inferiority by omitting their history. We must remember the resistance he faced. In Woodson's time, this history wasn't just ignored, it was actively suppressed. School boards and administrators frequently banned his materials, labeling them controversial or political. In some districts, his work was categorized as anti-Klan propaganda to justify keeping it out of classrooms. Teachers often had to hide Black history textbooks and teach this history in secret, risking their jobs to tell the truth. It wasn't until 1976, 50 years after Woodson started this work, that President Gerald Ford officially recognized Black History Month, calling upon the public to seize the opportunity to honor the too often neglected accomplishments of Black Americans. Yet Woodson's ultimate goal was never just a week or a month. He famously said he looked forward to the day when these celebrations would be unnecessary. He didn't want a temporary spotlight. He wanted permanence. He wanted the full, accurate story of America woven into the curriculum year-round. A century later, we are finally seeing that vision take root in Sac City Unified School District. By supporting African-American U.S. history in this district, we are moving away from the era of erasure into the era of accuracy. We acknowledge that this history is not an elective or an add-on, but essential American history. Our classrooms will ensure that this learning continues throughout the school year. Black History Month honors the courage of those like Woodson, who began this work 100 years ago. But Carter G. Woodson did not walk this path alone. He is one of many who fought to carve out space we occupy right now. To ground us in that lineage and to acknowledge the named and unnamed shoulders upon which we stand, I invite Erin Leone to lead us in an ancestral call.
We honor those who fought to create for space for our people in education and those who were systematically barred from it. We honor those whose stories have been distorted or erased, and those who carried truth forward despite being silenced. We uplift the named and the unnamed, the teachers, the freedom fighters, the elders, students, families, and community members who made it possible for us to gather here today to celebrate Black History Month and the work taking place in our district. I invite each of you to call to mind the name of an ancestor, an elder, or a loved one from the African American community. Someone whose presence you wish to bring into this room, someone whose life, labor, or love made a way. Let us honor them by remembering them, by naming them, and by holding them with us as we begin this moment of recognition and reflection. So I invite you, all of you, in just a moment on the count of 3, to speak their name aloud so that we may be surrounded by their presence. 1, 2, 3. Cynthia Robinson. Ashe. Black history is not just about honoring the past, it's about making sense of the present. In today's climate, where inequity is often denied and history is obscured, Black history gives students the tools to see clearly. Black history shows us how systems were built, who they were built for, and how those systems continue to shape outcomes today. Black history is not a separate story running alongside of American history. It is the story that helps us to understand how America works. Learning Black history reveals the architecture of inequity in this country. It teaches us how laws and policies and institutions were designed and how those designs still echo in housing, education, health, justice, and more. And yet, Black history is also the story of resilience, brilliance, and the innovation of people who resisted, reshaped, and reimagined what was possible, even within systems that were designed to destroy them. In our upcoming African American Studies course, students will learn not only what was done, but what was created. Culture, movements, joy, new visions of freedom, and democracy for all. When students understand this, they stop seeing injustice as accidental or individual. They begin to recognize patterns and possibilities, and they learn that systems can be challenged, reimagined, and rebuilt. That is why our course does not end with a traditional multiple choice test. It ends with civic engagement. Learning history is about honoring the past and using it to make sense of the present. In the Akan philosophy of Sankofa, students are taught to look back so that they can move forward. We began today with an ancestral welcome because this work reminds us that we are inheritors. As the great American author and activist James Baldwin says, history is not the past, it is the present. We carry our history with us. We are our history. What came before shapes the world that we live in today, and what we do with that knowledge shapes the world that we pass on. SCUSD's new African American U.S. History course is being built with that same sense of inheritance and responsibility. It is shaped by the voices of the students who asked for it, who wanted to see themselves and their history reflected in what they learn. It is shaped by families and community members who have called for an education that is truthful, meaningful, and relevant. As we design this African American U.S. History course, we're listening to student voices, to educators, to elders, and to the community. Their stories, their questions, and their hopes guide this course. And in doing so, this course models what it teaches. Knowledge is strongest when it's co-created, grounded in lived experience, and connected to community. And this is why Black history belongs to all of us. It is not just a course for Black students or a story for only one group. It is American history, and every student is living in its consequences, and every student benefits from being able to understand its lessons. Black History Month and the study that it inspires gives all of us the opportunity to see the world clearly, to recognize inequity, and to imagine a more just future. When we teach Black history fully, we're doing more than honoring the past. We're equipping students to understand the present and to shape the future with awareness, with courage, and with the wisdom of those who came before us. This evening, we would like to recognize the current work happening around the AP African American Studies course at C.K. McClatchy High School.
Thank you, Aaron. So we want to acknowledge an accomplishment that cannot be overlooked. We currently have AP African American Studies as a class at CKM McClatchy. This means that today, during first period, we had 20 plus Sac City Unified School District students engaging with AP course material for African American Studies. This course began in the fall of this school year and is the first course of its kind in Sac City. This is only just the beginning, as our next presentation is an update about our commitment to making this permanent with African American U.S. History Studies course. And before we head into Q&A, we want to express our sincere appreciation for the 2019 African American Task Force Recommendation 9, a catalyst for the African American U.S. Studies course currently in development. This initiative honors the promise to move beyond supplemental history, providing a curriculum that reflects the profound intellectual contributions of the African diaspora to U.S. history. We are not simply adopting new lessons, we are institutionalizing the equity and community accountability envisioned by this task force, now the BAAB. And with that, we're ready for Q&A.
You timed that perfect. Do we have any public comment?
We do not.
Any board discussion? Member Benjamin.
Yeah, so, wow, this is incredible. Again, as someone who graduated from Sacramento High School, I always dreamt of a course like this. I had the opportunity, my mother was born in an all-black township here in California called Allensworth. And a lot of people don't know about it, right? Because it's not going to be in your history books. But I grew up in a household where I was given this information about Black history. But so many times, especially during high school, taking government and U.S. history and things of that nature, we weren't in there. And so a lot of times I spent a lot of time in those classrooms challenging teachers on certain things. And so to be able to offer a course where students of all ethnicities can come in and learn about African American history is super important. It's groundbreaking, in fact. After Sacramento High School and a little bit of Sac City College, I ended up attending Howard University, where I was a history major. And so I can't wait to come and observe, right, and see what's being taught and how it's being received. I want to thank you all for your hard work. Member Rhodes and I attended an event that we were able to hold at Oak Ridge Elementary School, the new Oak Ridge Elementary School, where we invited the community in to kind of take part in kind of what they would want to see inside the course. You all did a great job of putting that together. And so to see it manifest is really, really, really good to see. And again, I just want to thank you all for your work. Thank you.
Thank you. We're incredibly excited as well.
Member Rhodes.
I think that, I just want to say it's amazing work. C.K. McClatchy, that's my alma mater. I went there. That's why I told you I wasn't going to hold Sac High against you, because, McClatchy and Sac High always had a rivalry back in the day. But knowing just the history of McClatchy High School and some of the racial instances that happened at McClatchy High School specifically, to have the first course be at McClatchy High School is poetic and also necessary. And so I appreciate that. And maybe not everybody understands what that is and what it looks like, but I just want to say I appreciate it greatly. And then I can be able to continue to say that all of the greats eventually come from McClatchy. Dig at it.
Class of 94, McClatchy grad right here, sir.
McClatchy?
Class of 2008.
McClatchy? McClatchy? So what I'm saying is, McClatchy's in the back too? Okay, so here's what I'm saying. Besides the McClatchy love, this is needed at McClatchy. Does that make sense? And so that while we're going to have continued great staff, leaders, electeds coming out of our system, this is where they need to be grounded at to understand how to impact and really work with everyone and understanding the idea of Sankofa to look back so we can go forward. And so I really appreciate that work that you guys are doing and that we will continue to do across the district. So thank you and happy Black History Month.
Thank you.
Member Singh?
I'm not going to talk about McClatchy, that's for sure. I just did that. I just mentioned it. I am from the Bay. I just want to say, in recognition of Black History Month, I want to recognize Michael Benjamin, Member Rhodes, and our superintendent, and everyone else who identifies and has an attachment to this month. I will say that it's as a community of color participant, as someone who's part of this community, it's so much of what we have done, what our communities have done as immigrant communities have latched onto Black culture. There's a deep respect that comes with this because we were not accepted anywhere else except this community and this culture, right? And I think about a lot of the students as an immigrant, as first generation, and even the kids that come here now, it's the first thing you attach yourselves to because you're trying to find belonging. I think about our refugee students, all the students who are coming in. There's a depth to it. And the other thing is so much of what we have been able to accomplish is thanks to the civil rights movement that was led by the Black community. So I think it's important for communities of color to recognize what is to some level owed to the work of the Black community. And so I just want to thank you guys for the presentation. And then also, oh my God, and Maggie. I just I have a clear vision that looks right at, sorry. I say hi to Maggie every day, every time I see her, and she knows it. But my whole point is, a lot of our communities really need to look inwards, especially at this time where you guys are giving us presentations about history, and you look at the state of our country, and part of history is accepting what the history is, and we're living in a time where people are trying to erase our history, and erasing Black history is erasing American history, and we're not going to get anywhere in this country if we just pretend like bad things have never happened and are not happening. So I just want to emphasize that this month is really important right now because we have a country that is not recognizing the sacrifices and what has happened and is pretending like those sacrifices don't exist, and that's simply not true. So everyone is celebrating. Congrats. Thanks.
Interim Superintendent McCarn.
I just want to say thank you to the board for decisions that were made long before now to make something like this possible, as long with the BAAB, but also really to staff. We see Danny and Aaron standing here. We know that Ashley, Aaron, and many others contributed in doing what is being done now. And Sac City is a leader for that. Just want to say I'm so proud and good job.
And I'll Member Ibarra, sneaking in there.
I did. I snuck in at the last minute because I didn't want to go without saying, and thank you to our leaders like yourself, Ms. Leone, that you don't back down from the fight for what's right for our kids and our families. And so I think that it goes without saying sometimes, but I want to say it now. Thank you for your just determination to see the change that we all say we want, but you hold us accountable to it, and I thank you for that. So thank you for your leadership in that way.
And I just wanted to say thank you for creating a moment where each of us could slow down and connect to the powerful Black African American community that's impacted our lives. I had a beautiful moment seeing all these amazing people that have impacted me. So thank you for creating that space for all of us tonight. And we'll move to, thank you. Moving to 10.2, African American Studies. And I want to start by saying I apologize to Ashley that we did move these to this meeting, and thank you for bringing her words and her work forward, and thank you, Ashley, for doing that. And I'll invite Julie Law Martin to join as well. Excellent.
So, welcome, Board President Jean and Interim Superintendent McCarn and fellow board members. I am Danny Orletti, Interim Assistant Superintendent for Curriculum and Instruction, and we are here to provide an update on the African American U.S. History course that we are in the process of developing. So I'm going to hand it off first to Aaron.
Thank you. I'm excited to introduce a short video from Rosemont students Jalen Burton, senior, and Alarain Coneth, 11th grader. These students helped to lead the advocacy efforts at their campus to bring an African American U.S. history course to Rosemont. Their voices reflect not only student leadership, but also the reason that this work matters. Our students have been asking for a curriculum that reflects their histories, their experiences, and their futures.
My name is Alarain Coneth. I'm an 11th grader at Rosemont High School, class of 2027.
I'm Jalen Burton. I'm a senior in high school, and I think that African American studies is important so that way we can learn about our culture not just through trauma, but also what made our culture rich.
I think it's important to bring African American studies into our school because it teaches us things about African American culture that we don't get into in other classes.
I think there's a lot of things that we don't learn in our other classes that this course can teach us. And I also think it's important so that way we build diversity and connection between students.
I think this class can help students understand better the different viewpoints and experiences that we have in our world. This class can help our community and our school grow.
I hope that this course builds connection between students and helps people understand their background better and feel more confident in the culture that they grew up in.
I think this class can help students understand the importance of being diverse and having different viewpoints and experience from other people.
What you heard from these students also helped to guide how we approached the development of this course across the district. A key priority in this process was ensuring that the community had meaningful opportunities to contribute. We organized 3 community feedback loops and 2 student feedback loops to capture input about the development of this course. Each community and student feedback loop was intentionally designed to include interactive feedback stations. Each station invited participants to share their hopes, their priorities, and their concerns for the course. Each station included feedback on essential content that was going to be taught in the course, ways to authentically highlight and integrate local Black community, explicit do's and don'ts for teachers navigating hard conversations in the classrooms. Other stations focused on the student experience and pedagogy, how the course should feel for students, the future impact of the course, and then the skills and the understandings that students should carry forward. We also collected video reflections from the community to begin building an oral history library of local stories in order to ground this course in the lived experiences of our local community. Additionally, we visited school sites, staff meetings, and counselor meetings last fall to share information and recruit for the African American U.S. History Review Committee. And all of this feedback from our students, from our community and educators directly informed the course of study. I'm incredibly proud of the collaborative process and grateful for everyone who contributed their voices, their insights, and trust. This course truly reflects a shared vision.
Good evening. So based on the feedback from our student community and staff, we created the following flyer course description as you see on the screen. Some of the key points I want to highlight about this course is that it'll discuss how Black communities have shaped U.S. society, advanced movements for justice, and built strong and resilient cultures in the face of oppression. The course will also center Black voices and perspectives in order to showcase traditions of resistance, self-determination, and collective empowerment. In addition, the flyer on the screen on the right was created to highlight the course to staff as well as students to encourage them to sign up for the course during the site's schedule selection process in the fall. The timeline on the screen shows our progress with African American U.S. history. As of today, we are finalizing the course of study to bring later to you this spring and reviewing instructional materials to pilot for the course in the fall. We also wanted to share the process of bringing the course to our school sites. In the fall, Curriculum and Instruction provided high school administrators and counselors course descriptions and flyers to share with students during their course selection process. Our recommendation was that sites offered the current 10th graders the option to sign up for African American U.S. History or AP African American U.S. History to satisfy their U.S. History graduation requirement, and that current 11th graders be offered the opportunity to take the course for elective credit. Based on the course request received by this February, this is the anticipated offerings we see for 2026 and 2027. Recognizing that school sites will need to still balance student interest with their site's goals, resources, and current staffing capacity in order to offer the course. While McClatchy has led the way by offering the first course in the district this year, this list of anticipated courses across our site speaks volumes to the student voice and the community's engagement to bring this course to all our campuses this fall. I would like to continue sharing a few words from Director Ashley Alexander regarding the decision on placing African American U.S. History in the 11th grade course sequence. As you can hear in our discussion, we have switched the name of the course from African American Studies to African American U.S. History, and that is part of our intentional decision-making process. As we pivot from celebration to implementation, I want to show you what Carter G. Woodson's vision of permanence looks like in Sac City Unified's History Social Science course sequence. In many schools, Black history has been treated as an elective or an add-on, if taught at all. This visual on the screen illustrates how we are shifting that paradigm. You will see here that the 11th grade column that students will now have a district choice for a required U.S. history credit. Students can select either the traditional U.S. history course, AP U.S. History, or starting 2026-27 school year, African American U.S. History, or AP African American U.S. History. This is a structural change Woodson fought for, ensuring that Black experience is not a footnote, but is recognized as central to the American narrative. It satisfies the year-long graduation requirement, validating that this content is rigorous and also standards aligned in our district. Thank you.
To ensure this course succeeds where the past failed, we must invest resources. Woodson wrote about the miseducation of the Negro to counter that. We are investing in the time and expertise of our educators. Unlike the teachers of 1926 who had to hide their work, we are openly funding the necessary collaboration to get this right. First, beginning this spring, we are budgeting for professional learning to ensure our instructors are equipped to teach this complex history. In the fall of 2026, our financial investment focuses on teacher collaboration. We are funding substitute coverage, typically 3 to 4 days, so that our instructional materials adoption committee members have dedicated time to gather, deeply discuss, and rigorously evaluate piloted instructional materials together. Then in the spring of 2027, we will recommend instructional materials to the board for purchase and adoption. These costs will be paid for with restricted funds. The financial commitment ensures that this history is not just allowed in our schools, but that it is supported by a well-prepared and collaborative team. And here are our immediate next steps to bring this work to life. While school boards a century ago actively banned these topics, in March of 2026, we will bring the formal course of study to this board for approval. Simultaneously, we are developing the professional learning plan for our instructors to begin this spring and summer, and forming an instructional materials adoption committee this spring. This committee will ensure that the materials in our students' hands tell an accurate story of America, fulfilling the promise that began 100 years ago with Negro History Week. Thank you.
Do we have any public comment?
We do. Terrence Gladney.
Good evening.
Welcome.
I like literally came here from dropping my grandpa off. I went down to Albuquerque to get him. So to put it in context, he'll be 89 March 17th of this year. He was born in 1937. He's forgot a lot, including partially like who I am, who my mom is, his own daughter. But as I was blessed to spend today with him, literally traveling by plane, train, and automobile, one thing he didn't forget was what it was like to be one of 2 Black students in Miles City, Montana, for his entire K-12 experience. So when we talk about the outcomes that we're creating for our scholars, it's things that stick, right, beyond our own familiar experiences and everything else. So it does tremendously matter what their experience is. Last week, Reverend Dr. Robert McKnight was one of the co-founders of the Black History African American Studies Department at Berkeley High School, an entire department. He and Dr. Richard D. Navies, he passed away, so he rests with the ancestors. What they understood was that history is a small component of what our students experience. So I appreciate the reflection and the recognition of the BAAB and the African American Task Force recommendations. But they were thought and cultivated in ways so that it reflected the holistic, cross-thread experience of Black students in this district. And to speak to Board Member Rhodes' earlier acknowledgement, to put it more bluntly, there was a racist science experiment done at McClatchy in 2018, which literally birthed the task force. An Asian American student said that based on heritage and basically being Black, the intellectual capacity of Black students was lesser than that of other races, to put it bluntly. So we can talk about these things, in silo, but it's not until we look in the same lens as Dr. McKnight and Dr. Navies did and understand that curriculum is just a building point and it's a foundation of what we need to do, and it intersects with everything else. So this is a great start. I acknowledge and tremendously thankful for the work of Danny and Aaron and Ashley and their entire department, but I look forward to continuing to build. Thank you.
Thank you. And board discussion. Member Singh.
All right. Thank you so much for the presentation. My question is really the plan to get this to all our school sites. So I think speaking about, for example, I saw one of the slides had which schools that you were going to have.
Slide 6?
Yeah, community meetings, fall 2026 or 2025. I see the community meetings at Hiram, but then I don't see Hiram Johnson on the thing. I see meetings at Burbank and Oak Ridge, but I don't see those schools on the, just Burbank as a high school. I don't see those schools on here. So what is the process, or what are we thinking about in terms of getting those schools onto this coursework? And what's the thinking behind the list that we do have currently?
Go to the next slide. Thank you. Thank you. Sorry. So our process this year was to be able to talk to all our site administrators collectively, and we shared with them the same information that this course was going to be available, and that the course description and the information was recommended that they carry forward and offer it on the course selection sheet. So based on the course selection sheets that the sites provided, the students signed up for the course. And so based on that, that was determinative of how the sections were created. And so what we see in our current master schedule scheduling is these sites were able to offer the number of sections.
Okay, can we explain that? So taking my high school, for example, Johnson, what are we saying, that we offered it, but then students didn't sign up, or wasn't properly offered? What are we doing here?
So what we saw was that students were offered the option to sign up for the course. And so students, based on that, would select the course or not. And so the numbers that they had were not enough to offer a section as of right now.
And what are the numbers that we need to offer a section?
Typically, a class is around 30, 35.
Okay. And then the follow-up to that is, how are we presenting this? So you're presenting to us, U.S. history, U.S. AP history, AP African American U.S. history, and now African American U.S. history. Are we confident that that's how we're presenting it to the students? Because it can be confusing. A student may think I need to take U.S. history, right? Are we confident that the presentation we gave to these at the site level allowed students to choose. And I'm saying this because I can't imagine Hiram Johnson being a school site that would say no to this, or Burbank. So I'm totally fine with the schools that are on here. I just want to figure out what can we do at this level to ensure that the right type of information is being shared with the students, because it's kind of unfortunate not to see those schools on here, given the population at those school sites would, in my imagination, want to take a course like this.
Definitely. Thank you for the feedback on that. I think one of the things we can continue going forward is reaching out to the sites directly, talking to the history departments. It is a social science course, so it'd be housed under there. So the availability of something like having the variety of courses can be a challenge. For example, Luther Burbank also has IB programs, and so you would have to balance the capacity of offering those programs as well.
And the last thing I just want to add, and I want to say it about Hiram Johnson, is one of the biggest concerns like folks in Area 2 have about not wanting to, and I want to say it out loud, folks don't want to send their kids to Hiram Johnson oftentimes because they said there's not a diverse set of coursework for them. And this is a glaring thing that's happening here, which is it's hard for us to talk about equity at our school sites. And this is not anything on you guys, just generally, if we can't offer coursework that encourages folks to want to come to those school sites. We are still living in that bubble of like Sac City has specialty schools. It doesn't have enough offerings at certain school sites. So I can imagine a family saying, you have African-American U.S. history, but you don't have a Hiram Johnson. And maybe that's a deal breaker for them, right? So I just want to call out the fact that in order to encourage folks to come to our schools, especially the ones that are somehow have gotten all the negative press in the world for no reason, this doesn't help their case, right? We see some very well-known schools on here that are always in the press for all the right things, I guess, but we don't see our schools that are oftentimes seen as lower level, which is probably not a factual statement anyway. So I just want to call that out.
Thank you for the feedback. We can definitely connect with the schools and reach out again. Thank you.
So Member Singh asked a lot of the questions that I had, but just in addition to that, I do have the same kind of concerns in like, how is it being advertised to kids? Because I can assure you that my nephew who's in 11th grade, who absolutely was dissatisfied with one of his electives, would have joyfully taken this class and we wouldn't have had to fight him. But I don't know that he knew that that may have been an option for him in the beginning of the school year. The other challenge I see in provided the information you all just shared is I know with the specialty programs, there's a lot of confliction around scheduling. And so unfortunately that tells my heart that it may not have been advertised in a way that sounded attractive to kids. And that concerns me at a school like Hiram Johnson, where I know there are so many students who would love to take this course. So it's like trying to figure out what those hiccups are on the road, because I feel like it's a disservice to the students of Hiram Johnson, especially when I have sat in ELAC meetings, which are tailored for our English learners, and I've heard mostly Spanish-speaking moms ask why we don't have this kind of curriculum for Black students. So that's a huge indicator that it's not just Black families who would be interested in this, but there are other folks in the community who support this kind of work. So just exploring what that advertisement looks like for community, and then I would say leaning into community partners who are already working on similar stuff to see where we can offload some of that, like gauging in how we can bring our folks who are already doing that work in the conversation so that we can get the supports you all need to make this successful for the kids who need it most, who may not be the ones to go and sign up for the course, but may absolutely love it. So that's kind of where my thoughts are around it. But I'm really excited about this work finally rolling out. I remember sitting on that side of the dais and seeing teachers and community come together for this moment. So kudos to you all for being able to be part of this work that's groundbreaking. But let's talk about how to get that into the communities where I think it's most needed. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Member Kemper.
Yeah, I'm really glad to see that students were at the forefront of this process and always being considered for communication and just advice. My question though is, I want to know who's in charge of providing the information about the new offering at the school site. Is it the counselor who's supposed to push that out, or is it somebody else?
So we reached out to school site administrators as well as the counselors about the course. And so saying, here's the flyers, here's all the materials, and we were able to say, bring these forwards to your sites. From there, it's kind of up to the sites to make that determinant of how they distribute that information, what processes they use specifically.
So do you guys have any way of holding them accountable to ensure that they're accurately distributing that information?
We can look into it. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for that, because I think that that's important. It's all of this deals with the rollout, how this is rolled out and articulated, right? So I have a question. My question is, it looks like on slide 7, that in 25-26 it's called AP African American Studies, and then it changes to African American U.S. History. And I think you mentioned it, and I want to know why the name changed, because one of the core, one of the core things we're covering is contemporary issues of identity, social justice, activism, and liberation. And so what happens is that it can be confusion in that, right? It can be confusion in, I want to take this African American / U.S. history course, right? And I think this also speaks to the fact that our history started way before the United States. We got the United States, so why the name change?
And so when we talked about having the name change, one of the big reasons was that we really wanted to instill this course in the 11th grade sequence. In the 11th grade sequence, U.S. history is a graduation requirement for any student in the state. And so by naming it African American U.S. history, we wanted it to be clear and explicit that you do not have to take the traditional U.S. history course, that this course also satisfies the graduation requirement and also includes all the grade 11 standards that would offer in it. Whereas, for example, if you called it specifically African American Studies, that's not as explicit, because in other districts, for example, an African American Studies course may be an elective course, it may be an additional course. By, again, putting it in the 11th grade line, we're saying that you have the option to take this course. It's not a elective, it is a U.S. history, it is a social science A through G course.
Thank you.
Member Rhodes.
Funny enough, I had all these questions, and then everybody started talking. I thought I was more up in the list, but I think what you're hearing from my colleagues is that we would love to see more of this rolled out at school sites, and I would say personally, I think there has to be a more centralized method of getting people signed up. I think that if we piecemeal it out to the different fiefdoms, that it becomes increasingly more difficult when they're also layered on with what they have to do at the site, what might be going on. I think of Burbank, and particularly with the IB programs and this and that, and then also somebody at the site level saying, okay, now you want to pitch this. I think if we can do something more centralized, it can be done with better, more impact, I guess. That's what I'm saying. I also see this as saying, this is the starting point and not the end. And so when you're doing something as innovative and leading in the region around what this looks like, we can't think that it's going to be everything in one fell swoop, because we want to do it in a way that is pragmatic and holds longevity in the system. And so I understand that. And so I look at this like this is a great first step. And I think that my colleagues' critiques are more on the way of how we move it forward and the earnest want to actually see this do well in our system. And so I just wanted to say, once again, you guys are doing a great job, and I hope that none of the critique or anything is taken away. We just wanted to say that this is a good starting point, and I look forward to it actually permeating the system into where, my daughter, who is a 4th grader now, by the time she gets in high school, that this is commonplace across our whole entire system. And I think we're heading in the right direction, so thank you once again.
Yeah, definitely. I appreciate the feedback, and I would say, share the sentiments that are being expressed about the numbers that we have, and started reflecting already internally about the processes and procedures that you're all discussing. So thank you for that push to continue to think about that.
Member Kayada.
So I also want to share, I'm very excited that we're doing this. It's great news. I do have questions that don't distract from that. My question is related to, I think, a little bit of a thread that we're hearing up here. What if you're a student who doesn't sign up for this course, who takes US History or AP US History instead, or you're at a school that doesn't have it? What are we doing to make sure that what we're learning from these courses makes its way back to the other two courses? I guess what I'm trying to say is I don't want to feel like we're doing such great work in these courses to address African American history that we forget that we need to continue uplifting it for the students who don't take the specific course, especially given that it replaces the other course rather than being an elective.
Thank you for the question. One of the things we are looking at and considering throughout our offerings in professional learning is different ways to offer history that can be relevant and culturally responsive to all our community groups. And so having opportunities to offer those professional learnings where teachers at various sites can come is an opportunity to bring some of that learning forward into our sites that it may not be offered for the next year.
Okay, thanks.
Member Singh.
I think Member Rhodes captured it, but I'll be quick one more time. And that is, as we look at looking back at the other school sites, I just want to see if there's any possibility that there could be revisions to the coursework in 26-27 if we go back and check with students. And I'm going to say it again, it's just not a great look for us when our glaringly AP African American US History is at CK McClatchy and West Campus, which is the same thing we get caught up in this district. Everyone's like, I don't want to send my kids to McClatchy or West Campus or bust, right? This is why, because we're not offering these things at other school sites. We need to diversify even our AP offerings so students can start going to other school sites as well, and we don't create this vacuum of McClatchy and West Campus. Love McClatchy, okay, I get it. I know West Campus is here. Well, I don't know if I love McClatchy, but he does. So that's it. That's all I got.
Thank you, Board Member Singh. Yes.
I think we're at, everyone's spoken. The one thing I'll just add is thank you for setting this up for success. I'm sitting here as a teacher going, you've made sure it's rigorous, standards aligned, A to G. You've put it inside the curriculum. It's not just a side elective. That's just powerful. You've made sure to set up training, and I'm seeing that you've clearly let us know it is restricted funds so that it is in the budget. So it's not something that we have to be like, and how are we paying for this too? So thank you for doing that. I also am intrigued that your instructional adoption is happening now. So I was wondering, or you're forming a committee for that adoption. Are you planning on having next year's classes kind of give feedback and whatnot before we fully adopt, so that the very cool thing of this first group of sections gets to actually be a part of that adoption process and going through the curriculum to get a sense of what students are experiencing, what educators are experiencing to make this curriculum solid?
Yes. So one of the things through this process that's really amazing to know is that there is a wealth of instructional materials available for African American studies. And so as a result of that, we really want to take the time to consider what is the right material for our course of study that we are offering. So we will be looking at piloting books at fall to see which ones best fit the needs of our students in our community here.
Excellent. Yeah, as a teacher, so often the curriculum falls so short of what I actually need and my students actually need. So I'm excited that there are resources and that you're going to be inviting folks into that process. And Member Kember.
Sorry, just to sneak on like one last time, I'm just wondering who's going to be a part of, like, who are you guys thinking is going to be on the committee for that?
Yeah, I can speak to that. So there is an instructional materials process that our district follows. And so for specifically instructional materials review, it will typically be our staff members. But with that, it comes with different components and opportunities for community feedback and community review of materials as well.
And with that, thank you so much.
Can I share one more
Of
thing? I
course.
wanted to, in the spirit of Black History Month and trailblazing in Sac City, found out this factoid that in 1894, Sac City Unified School District abolished school segregation 60 years before Brown versus Board of Education. So just wanted to also, in the spirit of what Board Member Benjamin brought into the space, the trailblazing that happened in Sac City from the board in 1894. So.
Very cool. Thank you. Moving on to 10.3, National Eating Disorder Awareness Week recognition.
Good evening.
Good evening.
President Jean, Interim Superintendent McCarn, and trustees. My name is Liz Sturba. I have the privilege of serving as director for our Student Support Services team in the Student Support and Health Services Department. We'll call it SSHS for short. And I am so pleased to be here tonight with my colleague and SSHS partner, Noelle Estacio, Director of Health Services. We aren't asking for any money. We are here, though, to talk about something that does deeply impact many more students, families, and SCUSD community members than we actually probably realize. I'm in charge. Okay. Would be remiss not to lift up this very important these are very important tenets that guide all of us in our work for students. And also, tied to that is our own department mission statement. It was created collaboratively by staff just under 10 years ago, and it really, as you can see, centers our commitment to similar values expressed in the district's guiding principle and core value. The mission brings us here tonight to focus on a physical and mental well-being issue that impacts millions, but is not discussed as broadly as it can be, and that's eating disorders. We have some facts related to eating disorders here for your consideration, but we really want to hone in on the fact that disordered eating behaviors happen at schools. Like many treatable disorders, eating disorders can also present themselves to us naturally at school because of the deep impacts they have on student achievement. 3% of our middle school and high school students already has an eating disorder. And when you think about 3%, that doesn't sound like much. But when you contextualize it to maybe the size of a school like Miwok Middle, that's a really full classroom of students that are experiencing an eating disorder. Okay, so that sounds like really bad news, and it is, but there is good news. The good news is that eating disorders are preventable and they are treatable. It starts with raising awareness and early intervention, two things that we can all definitely take part in at our schools and in our communities. The National Eating Disorders Association, also called NEDA, sponsors NEDA Week every year during the last week of February. This year it's February 23rd to March 1st, that's next week. NEDA Week is about raising awareness, challenging harmful stigma about eating disorders, and providing the hope and support that those living with eating disorders need. This year's theme is Every Body Belongs, get it? Because no one is immune from an eating disorder, no matter their size, shape, age, race, gender identity, or background. Every body belongs, and every body has a role to play in NEDA Week. So lean in, Noelle's gonna tell you how.
Okay, I'm here to talk about how our Student Support Health Services staff are prepared to respond as soon as a student is identified as needing support. Efforts focus on providing educational resources to students, families, and staff, encouraging open conversations about mental health and eating disorders to reduce the stigma, increasing access to supports and resources, and ensuring that students receive accommodations that allow them to fully participate in their education. To strengthen consistency across schools, we developed a comprehensive toolkit so nurses, social workers, and counselors have immediate access to guidance and resources when necessary. So everyone in our school community can play a meaningful role in raising awareness and supporting students who may be struggling with an eating disorder. And there are 3 simple steps that can make a difference. First would be just learning the signs of eating disorders, engage in supportive non-judgmental conversations with students. And the most important step would be to connect students with a trained support staff by reaching out to the school nurse or school social worker. We are also proud to share that SCUSD is now an official collaborator for National Eating Disorder Awareness Week, strengthening our commitment to student wellness and community education. So in closing, eating disorders are serious mental health conditions that affect students' health, learning, and daily lives. Thank you for this opportunity to highlight this important issue and for recognizing National Eating Disorder Awareness Week. Your support helps us continue building a community where students feel seen, supported, and safe. I just also wanted to highlight that we have some of our amazing nurses here in the audience and who are some of the first support staff that our students connect with and once they're identified with having an eating disorder. So thank you.
Thank you very much. Do we have any public comment?
No public comment.
Board discussion? Member Benjamin.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for that presentation. For the sake of clarity, when we talk about eating disorders and this, are we talking about like consumption over consumption, like in terms of?
Yeah, eating disorders can take on a lot of different forms. We can there's binging disorders, right, where we eat a lot and then we purge as a stress response. Okay. Bulimia, anorexia, there are a lot of different eating disorders.
Yeah. The reason why I asked is because one of the things that I really try to fight in our communities, our Black and brown communities, is the consumption of bad foods. So a lot of times what we see is we see our youth come to school and they'll have an energy drink and a bag of hot Cheetos. And to me, that's an eating disorder, right? It's systemic, right? And so when we talk about, what we can offer them for breakfast and things like that when they get to school, so it'll kind of, take the place of them stopping by the corner store and getting those unhealthy high fructose and red number 7 bags of chips. And so I actively, in the neighborhood, I fight against that type of stuff. And so I was just thinking, I don't know if that's a part of, but I see that as being an eating disorder as well, so.
I think that nutrition is absolutely interconnected, right, with physical and mental health and well-being, as well as academic outcomes. I think our nutrition services staff do an incredible job of trying to provide culturally responsive, culturally relevant foods that kids will want. Advertisers also do a good job. In terms of using the term eating disorder is a clinical term used to pathologize a specific behavior in the mental health community. And so while I absolutely share your enthusiasm for nutrition, I don't know that I would necessarily use the term eating disorder for like consuming bad foods. I think I would want to bring in an expert about that and confer with them before I made that kind of a comment. I don't even feel equipped to make that determination. Board Member Benjamin, thank you.
To add to that, our nurses do a lot of nutrition education courses, and they are talking about healthy eating choices, so I will say that that's something that we are doing. And then as a member of the Wellness Committee, we are working on updating some, flyers with some of our student members just on healthy food choices for students, so.
Member Ibarra.
Just to share the sentiment of the point you're bringing up, I think something that's, thank you for bringing awareness to this, because this is something that affects lots of young, I'll say young lives. But also being mindful in this conversation, right, that there's also food insecurity that can cause eating disabilities. And that's something that I think we don't talk about enough. So the fact that you're bringing this awareness and that I'm even able to bring that up means that you're doing your part in bringing that awareness. So just sharing that sentiment out loud, that sometimes, even though we see kids eating a bag of hot Cheetos and an energy drink, sometimes we don't know what their food securities are, right? But it also tells us that we, as adults, need to have more conversations around how we support getting the message out, right? I remember when I was growing up, we had campaigns for everything, for crossing the street. Look both ways before you cross the street. It was a campaign. So it's a reminder to us adults that those are times we need to carve out to look at how we can support this great work that you put together. So thank you.
Thank you so very, very much. .1, second reading of Board Policy 5123, acceleration, promotion, and retention.
Good evening, members of the board. We are back for a second reading and any discussion and hopeful action on Board Policy 5123, Promotion, Acceleration, and Retention. We don't have any presentation. It's in your documents.
So do we have any public comment?
No public comment.
All right. So this is a second reading that the policy committee has gone through and done the first and second, and we are recommending approval of this at this time, but just wanted to ensure there isn't any other board discussion or questions on this one. If there are none, I will, Member Ibarra.
I just want to say that I trust the subcommittee that has been put together to oversee this work, and I also appreciate that we have the ability to reach out to you and give you our concerns around the policy work. So that's why I don't have questions this evening, and I just wanted to say that it's not because we don't care, but it's because I trust that you all are doing the work, and if you had concerns, I think you would bring it to us. So thank you for that.
Yes, there are very exciting, deep conversations about language on the policy committee. My English teacher heart is happy. With that, I will entertain a motion to approve.
Go ahead. Motion to approve.
Member Ibarra moves it, and a second?
I'll second.
Member Singh seconds. Madam Interim Superintendent.
Thank you. Member Jean?
Aye.
Member Kayada?
Aye.
Member Benjamin?
Aye.
Member Rhodes?
Aye.
Member Singh?
Aye.
Member Ibarra?
Aye. Congratulations. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
And moving on to 11.2, second reading of Board Policy 1445, Response to Immigration. Member Singh, all you.
All right. Well, taking experience from what just occurred, I will keep it very simple, and I've talked about this extensively at this point. We updated our response to immigration enforcement, which is what Board Policy 1445 is, and I'm proud to say, and I think all of us are proud to say, that we have very strong policies here at Sac Unified that have been recognized as examples that were used across our state to build immigration enforcement policies for individual schools districts, and that resulted in state-level legislation that was passed. So long story short, we updated it as according to the laws that were passed, and did nothing to water it down. If anything, strengthened it, and continue to have a strong immigration enforcement policy here at Sac Unified to protect our students. So thank you for all the work of the policy committee.
Definitely rich conversations, and I'll tag on, we have stronger language than what was recommended to us, and we're very, very, very proud of that. Do we have any public comment?
No public comment.
Any board discussion? Who would like, oh, Member Rhodes? No?
I didn't press anything.
You didn't. I just saw the hand.
You saw the
jumped
hand, but I was just going to vote yes, that's all.
Ah, okay. He was ready to vote.
I thought you were gonna give me a good job.
Oh, no good job.
No air fist bump?
No, you're a friend, but no.
Okay.
I will entertain a motion to approve.
So moved.
Member Rhodes will move it,
Friendly
and
motion.
I'll second.
Member Ibarra will second it. Madam Interim Superintendent.
Thank you. Member Jean?
Aye.
Member Kayada?
Aye.
Member Benjamin?
Aye.
Member Rhodes?
Aye.
Member Singh?
Aye.
Member Ibarra?
Aye. Motion passes. Moving on to 11.3. First reading and action of, and potential action of Board Policy 5125, Student Records, Board Policy 5125.1, Release of Directory Information, and Board Policy 1340, Access to District Records. Member Singh.
Perfect. So all these are very straightforward and in alignment with the policy that I just talked about, which is in reference to immigration policy. So these just build on Board Policy 1445. Nothing that exciting here, except making sure that we are protecting our students and access to records generally.
Yeah, I will add just that we will rarely bring you a first reading straight to action. The reason we are doing this at this time is that these three were impacted by the changes in response to immigration, which needs to be approved by March 1st, according to a state passing. So we are recommending that these be moved right now so that they are all in line for that March 1st deadline. However, if there's anything in these first reads that you are concerned about, we don't have to move it to action tonight. With that, is there any public comment?
No public comment.
Shocked. Any board discussion on this?
I will just say on behalf of the policy committee, we don't have any concerns, if that helps the board, any questions they might have.
Yep. Then I will entertain a motion to move it.
I'll motion it.
Member Kayada motions and second.
I'll second.
Member Singh seconds. And Madam Interim Superintendent.
Okay, Member Jean?
Aye.
Member Kayada?
Aye.
Member Benjamin?
Aye.
Member Rhodes?
Aye.
Member Singh?
Aye.
Member Ibarra?
That was nice job. Congratulations on these policies, folks. 11.4, provide a public hearing for and approve resolution number 3559, resolution to convey public utility easements to Sacramento Municipal Utility District for Fern Bacon Middle School. Do we have a presenter, or do I want to postpone this after I read it so beautifully?
I know Nathaniel is here.
It's not Nathaniel, it's Ben.
Oh.
Lisa?
I don't know why I thought it was Nathaniel.
I'm going to go ahead and move us to 12.1 and we can figure out what's going on. 12.1, 2025-26 local control. All right.
Wow, that was fast coming up. Sorry about that. So this is a public hearing for utility easements for SMUD at Fern Bacon. I would like to open it up, if that's okay, for a public hearing afterwards. There's a resolution for you all to vote on for the easement. This easement is for utilities again for the new construction at Fern Bacon.
So we are officially starting our public hearing. Do we have any public comment?
No public comment.
With that, I will say the public hearing has officially concluded. Good job handling those tough questions. Do we have any board discussion? I will entertain a motion to approve resolution.
I'll move.
Member Singh moves.
Second.
Member Kayada seconds. And roll call.
Member Jean?
Aye.
Member Kayada?
Aye.
Member Benjamin?
Aye.
Member Rhodes?
Aye.
Member Singh?
Aye.
Member Ibarra?
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. And moving on to 12.1, 2025-26 Local Control and Accountability Plan Mid-Year Review. Welcome.
Good evening, Board President Jean, members of the board, Interim Superintendent McCarn. Tonight, I'm here to present the mid-year update of the current Local Control and Accountability Plan, otherwise known as the LCAP. The 2025-26 school year is the second year of the current three-year cycle that concludes at the end of the 2026-27 school year. This will be a brief update that primarily focuses on the big three goals in our LCAP. The big three goals that center our LCAP are focused on graduation outcomes in Goal 1, academic outcomes in Goal 2, and welcoming and safety outcomes in Goal number 3. Something happened here. All right. Hold on. For the current LCAP, a total of 56 actions are included as part of the implementation of its big three goals. Of these actions, as of the first interim report that the board received in December 2025, 54 were in the process of being implemented, and the implementation for 2 of these actions had not yet been completed. There are 44 metrics included in the district's current LCAP Big Three goals. Of these 44 metrics, 24 were available as of the mid-year and 20 were not. I should just kind of pause there for a minute, and I just realized I did not mention to you that the detail for these metrics and actions are all included in your board packet, and they're also available online, and I just realized I did not mention that at the very beginning. So my apologies for that. Within the next few slides, I wanted to provide you a high-level overview of some of the available data with respect to our big three goals, beginning with our most recent graduation rate data as of the 24-25 school year. That's included in the 2025 California School Dashboard. Anywhere you see the updated information on the right, highlighted in teal, I think that's teal. This is an indication that we saw an improvement in this data point as compared to the 2023 dashboard. I am not misspeaking. The 2023 dashboard is the baseline dashboard for our for our current LCAP. So even though we look at 24 data as well, our baseline improvement is being compared from 2023 to 2025. One thing you'll see here that on this particular metric, we have teal across the board, which is great news. Our graduation rate is up to 88.1%. That's up from that's a 4.3 percentage point increase that the district realized in increases for this rate and across all student groups, all focus groups, in our LCAP. I also want to provide you an update with regard to our college and career readiness rate information in our dashboard. You will notice from looking at the slide, we had a 4.9 percentage point increase in the percent of students who graduated that were also prepared for college and career. One of the things I thought would be interesting to kind of give you a highlight of what that means. That means of students who graduated, they demonstrated a level of proficiency either through CT pathway completion, college credit courses earned, UC, CSU, A through G criteria met, AP or IB exam performance, SBAC results. I mean, there's a number of ways that they can demonstrate that they were ready for college and or career. One of the things we did notice is that for one of our focus groups, our American Indian students, we did not see the gains that we were hoping to, so we are actually working with our American Indian Education Parent Committee and getting feedback from them. In fact, not just on this metric, but on several metrics that we are interested in terms of how we might be able to help improve their performance. As we go through some of these highlight data points, and I'm not going to take too long, I'm looking at my clock as well, I see that you will see that we had our English language arts district from MET. We did have gains there. What this is measuring is the percent of students who are increasing on their SBAC and grades 4 through 8. And even though it's not looking at the entire district, it does give us a good sampling of the health, so to speak, of our growth. And so you'll see in English language arts, we saw a great number of increases in students who are improving in their distance from MET. The picture is not the same when we look at mathematics. There is work yet to be done. We see that we began with 47.1% of our students making improvements. At this time, it is kind of flatlining and even a little lower, where we see 46.9% making gains. On one hand, we are excited that we do see there are some gains. For example, with homeless youth, we see like a 10-point increase. That's wonderful. Students with disabilities, we see a nearly 4% increase. That's great. We have a slight increase for African Americans, but still overall, we understand that there is work to be done with respect to our mathematics. As we are looking at suspension rates, one of the areas that has been very stubborn has been our suspension rate. You will see that we had a suspension rate of 6.1% in 2023 dashboard. As of the 2024-25 dashboard, that suspension rate did not slightly go down, it actually slightly went up. And you will see that in many of our students, many of our focus groups, the suspension rate went up. Yes, we had some improvement. We are thankful that we are seeing a slight decrease with students with disabilities. We have some positive news with respect to foster youth and also homeless youth, but suspension rate is one of those issues that is hanging around. I'm going to talk a little bit about, if I get to it, to our appendix, some of the work that we're doing in our PAC, just kind of highlighting these issues, but I wanted to make sure I brought those here to you as well. Speaking of our engagement, so I thought it'd be a good idea just to kind of give you an idea what we've been talking about in our parent advisory committee. We have a very engaged Parent Advisory Committee. We've had several meetings thus far. And this, what you're seeing on the board here, is really the highlight for all the topics in each of those meetings. And so on October, we really got the ball rolling after the board really gave us the green light to go with our committee. In November, we kept that ball rolling. Every meeting we are looking at goals 1, 2, and 3. We are definitely, not all the goals every single meeting, but we are looking at how we're progressing and improving our student performance. At our December meeting, where the dashboard came out in November, we did a deep dive into our disciplinary data. And in fact, at our last meeting, we also did another deep dive. And so we are looking as to how we can identify what our results are and what our strategies are to improve, especially our culture and climate outcomes, excuse me. Just kind of letting you see some of the highlighted topics that we're talking about in our PAC meeting and also our upcoming engagement dates. We have another PAC meeting on March 2nd, and then we are also going to be meeting on April 13th and May the 4th. Now, I have here for questions, but since I gave myself a little time here, I'm going to go to the appendix because I thought it'd be helpful for you just to see some of the great work of our culture and climate team, our curriculum and instruction team, our academic office, different ones coming together, really helping us not just look at the data points, but also respond to the data points. You'll see here, for example, the culture and climate resources that are going out each month from our curriculum and instruction team and culture and climate. And you also see here, I thought this was also very important to show you because sometimes we can talk about strategies from just from a high level. We had the Student Support and Health Services team come out and show us how they're using the early identification and intervention system and literally how they are pulling individual students who are showing red in suspensions or red in attendance and so forth, and by school and by different student groups, and they are working with them. And so this, what you're looking at here, is a highly redacted record of how they are case managing, not just looking at overall high data points, so you can kind of see underneath what's really happening, and they're showing these strategies with our PAC as well. So didn't want to just show you the data points, but also show you that how we are responding to those data points as part of this mid-year update. And with that, I have 30 seconds left for questions and more.
Do we have any public comment?
We do. We have Terrence Gladney.
I had to Google when Groundhog's Day was. It was actually February 2nd, but I mean, we've seen this presentation before. When I was a committee member, when Frank was. What I'm hoping is different, because we all know the definition of insanity. I'm hoping that the questions that come from you guys' side of the dais are different and a little bit more direct. You know, to quote Karen Sweat, like, show me the money, like, or that was actually Jared McGuire, but Karen always said, like, follow the money. But there's no money, again, in this document. I know, and I won't mention names, but I know that there are leaders of departments that have conflicts between what is in the LCAP and what they actually see in their escape budgets. I know that this is not a statement towards return on investment. What if these small gains that we want to uplift are due to double spending? What if gains are actually existing despite we divested in certain things? We don't know that because we don't see it. I don't know that you guys have it in your documents, but we're literally in a financial crisis, whether we've escaped, no pun intended, through the rest of the year or not. But like, I don't, if you guys continue to accept this and you guys are complicit in the outcomes that we continue to receive, this is probably at least in the double digits of continuous LCAP presentations just in this space. As a committee member, I know that this literally replicates. I was concerned that I'm not part of the committee. You know, I attended a couple meetings, but to see the same thing is happening, I know I'm not missing much because there's not much to see. It is upon you guys' shoulders to stop thanking staff all the time and actually hold people accountable, right? We thank people when they're doing above and beyond, not for doing their job that they're paid to do. Or we don't thank them when they're not doing the job that they're paid to do. The questions that we have raised in the committee space, the questions that have come at this podium are specifically about finances and investments. And not only that, but prioritizing investments that the LCFF is supposed to target. So I hope that you guys have that line of questioning.
Thank you. And board discussion. Member Ibarra.
Thank you for this great presentation. I like the way you put it together because it's easy to digest, so I appreciate that. With that said, none of these questions, as you know, or none of them are personal, but I have a lot of questions in regards to the budget and the LCAP. I know you all on the board have heard me say that it is something we need to be looking at as we are budget planning. So with that said, my questions and concerns right now are, I don't know if they're going to be for you or for Ms. Grant Dawson, or if it's going to be a parking lot, but here I go. I would like to know how you all are working together, looking at the LCAP as you're putting the budget together, because I would like to know whether or not you are taking into consideration the recommendations of this committee before you bring us recommendations for cuts or for when we're looking at our layoff process. I want to ensure that we're not contradicting the work of the LCAP in that essence, and that we're also looking at it, kind of all of the things we just heard in our previous public comment, right? Is like, how are we looking at the numbers in our budget and our goals together so that we're not double counting or double doing the work later on down the road. I truly believe that in order for us to come out of the community schools grants and really have a community schools approach, we need to be looking at budget and LCAP together consistently all of the time. I truly believe that to my core. So with that, I will stop talking and open it up for you all to chime in on the conversation.
Sending it to the rest of the board.
So my question is, what is happening between budget and LCAP to ensure that as you're doing both of them, that they're not contradicting each other? That's the question. Like, are we ensuring that the feedback we're getting from the committee, in addition to the plan of the actual LCAP, that it's not in contradiction of what's being brought forth to us as they're presenting us with budget updates?
Very big question. And it's a big question because it's actually what you're describing is it's kind of like one half of the entire LCAP is the actual fiscal piece. I am very thankful for our CBOO. Our interim CB, I always say CBO, but it's interim CBOO, and her team working very closely. She's assigned some great folks, and we're working together as we're looking at our current numbers, looking at our current expense projections for even for the current year. That's in your packet, but also as we're preparing for the next year. I hate to say this, but I need to say it, that it's a very compacted process that the state has kind of enforced up on us with regard to how the LCAP works. And so we're trying to still bring coherence to that. But I'll give you an example. When I say compacted, we are taking a draft of the LCAP to our PAC on April 13th. Right, you're going to be receiving the second interim information, I believe, in March, right? Which is going to be very close to that date. Between the time that you receive the second interim, we're going to be working together, preparing year-end estimate information to try to populate for that PAC for the draft LCAP that goes to the PAC. Right, and at the same point in time, we're going to be giving them, getting their responses and their feedback in reaction to the actions that are revised by our departments, and also with the input of the DLAC, because we're meeting with them, and different community groups, and so it's very compacted. So it's all working together, but it's not linear. I think that's what I'm trying to say. So we're not in silos, so to speak, but it's just there's a lot happening at the same time that we're trying to make sure that everyone's voice is being heard in that process. So I'm not sure if I answered it directly, but we are talking.
Yes, no. You absolutely, thank you. You captivated I know it was a very broad question that entails a lot, but you answered it exactly in a good way. So
Thank you.
I know that was a big question. Thank you for that answer. I would like to say, in addition to that for me, I don't know that you all feel the same on the board, but I would like to really have a chance to process the feedback that you are getting from LCAP, because I want to ensure that I'm reflecting that, and that the LCAP committee, advisory committee to the board, that we're not diminishing or devaluing what they are saying as we're making some very tough decisions in our budget cuts that we need to make in order for us to avoid receivership.
Right.
It's just the gist of where we're at.
Right. One of the things that, and I'll,
No, there is no numbers in it. So that's why I have one of the things he's bringing up is that there are no numbers in there. So that's part of why my questions are the way they are, is because when we don't see the figures, it's hard to.
yeah, the numbers per action are actually in your board packet.
The board packet, yeah.
Mhm. There is a entire handout, I believe it's called Implementation Status as of the first interim, and it has every action and the amount that has been expended.
And I believe that was
as
in
of
the
first
BC,
interim.
right, that we got, or something like that? Didn't we get a BC or something like that?
The packet.
In the packet, okay.
It's online as well, for
Okay.
the public as well to access it.
Thank you. So the public, if y'all didn't catch that, can also access this, correct?
Yes.
That's right. Love it. Thank you, Ed.
You're welcome.
That's okay. That's actually great that you reminded us.
Member Kayada.
So I'd like to share a lot of, I think, the thrust of Member Ibarra's question and kind of statement. The entire point of this LCAP and having the LCAP PAC is under the statutory scheme. I know I'm speaking to you and you know this, but the scheme is that we're giving you certain money to spend in areas that the community should have an influence on. This isn't just our base money. So I want to make sure that the influence of the community represented in the PAC makes its way to the budget conversation. And that's not necessarily just coming to the board with the updates. This was helpful, but it's the actual influence that the report has that you all put together on the budget process. So I'm asking, and I'm, truly, honestly looking for influence, or not influence, for an answer that will help the board know what we need to do to support that. So what does the actual interaction look like between, I guess I would say, you and the people who make budget decisions? Like, are you just giving them the document and saying this is what you need to address, or are you in kind of the approval process? How does that work?
So I think the best way to answer that is to kind of give you an overview of how our PAC planning goes, right? In our PAC, we have our community members who are very engaged, and we totally appreciate they are very engaged in the process. And then we also have various departments who are there both participating and listening to their concerns. One of the great ways that the influence is happening is that our department leaders, our subject program experts, are there to hear directly from the community members' mouths what their concerns are, and answer questions and get feedback on particular strategies being implemented, and even suggestions for change. And so that feedback, even though I'm there working together with our departments behind the scenes, one of the great things I appreciate is about we're getting great support from all these folks back here and over here, right? Working to make sure that the thoughts of our community members are being taken into account as they're looking at their plans as well. So so that's how I would say the influence, that's a major part of that influence. One of the things that is, I think that's even more important than the quote unquote official feedback. So for example, as part of the LCAP, the district has to provide, the superintendent has to provide a written response to our ELAC and our PAC. But what often happens is that, for example, we will typically get those responses from the ELAC and PAC after the public hearing even, right? And sometimes even close up to the draft. And so rather than wait on that, and say, okay, well, it's too late, right? No, we have our subject matter experts in the room while the discussions are happening to hear directly from the PAC members and the various community members as well.
Okay, I think that answered about half my question.
Okay.
The other half is, that's all great. And maybe that's working, that's not what I'm asking about.
Okay.
It's, once the actual rubber hits the road and the budget decision is being made, how do we make sure as a system, as a board, that those final decisions reflect the interactions and the feedback that were had earlier? And I'll just use the example of, each department's been asked to cut 20% by their budget. How do we know that the 20% that they're cutting is in line with what we put into this LCAP? And it's not, well, we would have done that if we had the money, but now that we don't have the money, we're going to protect this over here.
I don't know quite sure. I'm not quite sure I have the answer to that question. It's a good question, but I haven't seen that happening. That's why I'm not quite sure how to address that.
Could I phrase it as, in the budget development process, how are the developers of budgets being guided, directed by the 3 LCAP goals and or any feedback from the committee about those goals? Is that part of the budget development process at this time?
So,
and that would probably be a SIBO.
Good evening. Just one O is necessary, really. Just one O. So thank you for the question. So let me answer it in this way and then make a statement about what you're not asking. So let's take it from the perspective that the local control accountability plan is built using primarily the local control funding formula, which, as I know you all know, each year changes and is driven primarily by, right, our attendance, our unduplicated pupil count, et cetera. So as our enrollment and attendance has changed and reduced over time, one of those budget processes, so this is what you're not asking, which is related to what you're asking, is that if we're going to allocate less resources, or if we're going to allocate more resources, those same folks who are looking at what the impact areas are have to make a decision because it has to balance. So over the last several weeks, I've shared with you, for instance, that the supplemental and concentration budget didn't balance. You recall that on the fiscal solvency plan edition, that it was over by 4.3 million. That process means we have to balance the allocation of spending to what we earn. So that is part of how budget and LCAP and PAC and those communications work together, because we have to balance it. So in making a decision about what we're going to reduce, or making a decision because salaries have increased, or making the decision that another supply or strategy has increased or changed, they're balancing within the same strategies, but just using the current projections to do that. So that's how they're making decisions about reductions, but they all still fall within the LCAP goals. So unless we're doing something new, so we're not gonna do this particular practice and we're gonna add something new, and then therefore, does that fit within the goals? That is what the teams are reviewing. Does this fit within the LCAP goal? Otherwise, what we know is that when we submit this LCAP for review, you'll get a notification that this particular component won't fit within the LCAP because your LCAP wouldn't be approved. So because of the layers of review, if that helps to answer the question on the 20%, they're making adjustments with the 20% based on reductions that we need to make. Now, for supplemental concentration, that's not going to necessarily change the total allocation that's available. It means that either we have more money to absorb additional expenses, or we'll need to still determine what can be used for the amount that's left over. So supplemental concentration has a fixed amount, and commonly you can't take the reserve and just spend it on anything. So ultimately, the budget will get fully budgeted. It's the base, ultimately, That is the big problem area because the base is overspent, which is the very definition about why we're in a deficit. So it's the base that we're hemorrhaging and the base that we have to figure out how to balance because we earn almost 400 million in the base, but we're overspending that amount, thus why there's a deficit and thus why, we're utilizing that process. So with the 20%, it primarily is definitely helping the base. Supplemental and concentration is also still keeping it within the boundaries of the goals of the LCAP. So if that helps, that's why I think the question, that was a big question, but ultimately we're constantly doing that as other costs change and trying to balance how we're absorbing these expenditures with the resources that we have.
Can I follow? Okay. So, because you might have more questions, so I just want to interject really quickly. So based off of what I'm hearing you say, that was a great way, the great answer, gave me clarification. But you said that we get the feedback after the process. Wait, can you explain that piece to me one more time about the feedback? And the reason I'm going back to this, and I'll give you an example to kind of give context. So I was on the very first LCAP committee, and then I followed for a few years and was like, this is not the place for me to advocate. However, I do remember consistently that the feedback was from the advisory committee and the community members that would come to the meetings consistently asking for the very services that we offer in the Student Support Center. But that has consistently been one of the lists that we see every year when we get around this, and we're gonna have to vote on this coming up here in a few presentations. And so I want to ensure that as a board, we are not accessing that information late, because it's imperative for us to reflect what our community is saying that they want through the LCAP. And I feel really strongly about that. I'll just share this, Mr. Eldridge, because I also was part of the ad hoc committee with CDE to create the metric that you all use at the district to gauge how you're doing with engaging community in the process. So I understand very deeply the sentiment behind that metric, just to give you context behind my questions and concerns.
No, I totally understand. So what I was talking about, and I say the official feedback is where we'll receive a list of kind of summative comments at the end of the process, and then we will work to respond to those comments and then send those back out as a district through our superintendent. What I'm talking about in terms of feedback actually influencing the actual development of the process is we don't want to wait to the very end after the LCAP has been shared in public hearing and then respond. And so what we typically do at the end of every PAC meeting, by the way, we do this. We get the feedback from them. We summarize what we think we're hearing from them, and then we share it out with them and say, are we capturing what I think you're saying, right? One of the things that we've done in our LCAP is that if you even if you look in our LCAP now, you will see that in various actions, if you can do a word search, anybody can do this right now, in fact. You can go and look into LCAP and do a word search and say, show me DLAC. And it will show you various actions that the DLAC asked to be in there. You can say, show me the SAC. It will give you actions. And so literally what we're saying is we are listening in this fluid process. It's not linear, but it is fluid, right? And we're making sure that we are taking into account and hearing, okay, they're asking for this, can we do that? Or does we have to modify a little bit? But it is making its way in there into the document. I hope that clarifies what I'm saying.
Yeah, and that captures what I was thinking. I think my takeaway that I just would like to leave, in terms of direction from me, or, whatever you call it, not direction, is these LCFF dollars need to be influenced by the LCAP and the community input that forms the LCAP. And to me, it's almost like a grant where there's this giant asterisk on that money. And if you're not spending it in a way that reflects the community input, then we're disempowering the people who spend a ton of time trying to help us with this and to execute that community voice into the district that this state law requires to follow the funds. So that really is my takeaway, and I think we've got through a lot of it. I will also just, one last comment, and this is not merely a question, but my interactions and my way of coming into the LCAP PAC was through the special education CAC. That's the way I've engaged. That's the input I provided, like you said. If you do a search for CAC, you're going to find a couple years ago some of my thoughts in there, right? And I just want to make one note, and the slides aren't numbered, but it's for goal 3, where we have improved suspension rates for students with disabilities. Every time I see a metric where we're improving outcomes for students with disabilities, I always just throw up a red flag real quick and say, was that caused because we're actually helping the kids, or are we putting them into a more restricted environment where they're not being subject to the pressures? So if we're looking at suspension rates going down, that could be for many good reasons. It could be because of how we're implementing the Black Federal School Board settlement. It could be because we're finally getting through with our changes in special ed. Or it could be because we've taken our kids out of the general ed classroom and put them into a restrictive environment where they don't get suspended and they just put them in the corner. So I'm not saying that that's what's happening here. I just want to, from me, that's an area that I'm always going to look at, and I would hope that in your work you're also taking an eye. And I know the CAC is still providing great feedback to the PAC, so that's it from me.
Member Kemper.
Yeah, I just wanted to ask like a kind of separate question about the LCAP PAC. Do you guys plan to fill your student role anytime soon? And do you have any like future actions that you're going to take on that? If so, I'm not too sure, but I know that a lot of the positions are appointed on the LCAP PAC. Does the student position, is that also
So we
appointed?
talked about having a student role. There isn't one on LCAP because Dr. Eldridge was working with the full student advisory committee was a better approach, that he comes and works with you guys 2 or 3 times a year, rather than having one person in the room. That was the approach to the committee this year. But if you'd like to have a conversation about that approach and discuss, we can.
Are you going to modify that? Because I think so far for the student voice aspect, I know that you come to the SAC about 1 or 2 times a year and you just give a presentation. And I think we should probably expand that a little more so that it's more accessible to the greater community and not just the SAC, because I don't think that's completely equitable. If it's just continuously SAC members providing feedback on something so vital to the district. If so, would that be discussed here, or is that going to be taken out?
That would be a conversation with me or the board, because this is a board committee.
Okay. So could
So
that
we'll-
happen now or in the future?
My recommendation is that you and I chat about your vision of it, because the committee's established for this year, and see what we chose and why, and then think through if you want to make a proposal that we do it differently next year.
Yeah, that sounds good. Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much. We're going to move on to 12.2, 2025-26 Local Control Accountability Plan Mid-Year Review for Dependent Charter Schools.
I'm still here. So good evening, trustees, Superintendent McCarr, and our community. I'm here to present the locally funded Dependent Charter School 2025 LCAP mid-year update on behalf of our Innovative Schools Department. Similar to the requirements of our district-wide LCAP, the state also requires dependent charter schools, which are legally their own LEA, to prepare and monitor the implementation of their LCAP to reflect their beliefs in both their budgeting and their planning. The California Department of Education requires all LEAs to complete and approve a LCAP. As independent LEAs, Bowling Green, George Washington Carver School of Arts and Sciences, New Joseph Bonheim Community Charter, Sacramento New Technology High School, and the Met must complete their own LCAP. The SUSD board is the ultimate governing board of these LEAs and approves their LCAPs. As we have seen in our district's LCAP, the LCAP process for charter schools also engages community educational partners in receiving their advice and feedback about the best use of public funds to serve student needs and provide regular reporting to their communities. At this time, the principals of these schools, of our elementary schools here, have provided updated metrics and dollars expensed for all goals and actions. A total of 36 of the combined 47 metrics are available for Bowling Green and New Joseph Bonheim. Their charter schools represented in this presentation, with 44 of their combined 59 actions and progress with funds expensed. Additionally, a total of 42 of 62 metrics are available for George Washington Carver Sacramento Technology College, and the Met, the charter high schools represented in this presentation, with 26 of their combined 46 actions in progress with funds expensed. These updates were shared with each school steering committee, and the board packet for this item includes more details regarding each of the LCAP mid-year updates included in this presentation, including links to the mid-year update documents. So with that, I want to say thank you for receiving this report tonight, and I'm available for questions. Yes, this typically goes a little bit faster than the district-wide one.
Thank you. Do we have any public comment?
We do not.
Any board discussion? Member Ibarra.
My question is not so complex like my last questions, but I would just, because I'm not really familiar with the process, and I don't know if you'll need to chime in here, what is the engagement part of the LCAP process like is it like through your steering committees? Is that how that works? Can you explain that just a little bit?
Yeah, it's actually exactly the same, but mini. So it's through their steering committees. It's through, but some of their steering committees are 3 people, right? Like we are much smaller LEAs. Steering committees, ELACs, staff, all of those groups are part of the conversation.
Okay. That makes sense. I assume, but I wanted to make sure. That was it.
Any other discussion? All right, thank you so much for this information. Moving on to 12.3, our fiscal solvency plan updates.
Welcome back.
Good evening again, President James, Interim Superintendent McCarn, and Governing Board. I know the hour is getting late and we still have more agenda items, so I will be swift and then return the time back to President Jean so you can have your discussion and move your agenda forward. So this update, I'm gonna jump right into the main changes, all of those slides you've seen before. Okay, so again, we introduced this comparison document, which again, the main purpose of reflecting it this way was to not take you too far away from where you had been, but to begin to show the corner turn on, this is the original plan, and these are the updates. So all of the items that you approved before, so this line, these particular items, reclass restricted funding, these activities are happening and being implemented so that at second interim, as is noted, you'll see and we'll be able to reflect those items. Same thing on this tab with the Chromebook purchase, the arts and music grant. So all of those items are being actualized now. We did balance. This is that last green line, the supplemental concentration. So again, that meant that if we were over spending, we needed to make adjustments in that budget by the 4.3 million. That entry has been made and is completed. The next main item, we haven't done the self-insurance yet, but we're working through that piece and the implementation of that. It's a little chunkier to implement. But one of the main ones that we wanted to update you on is this area in blue. So there was an ask on the 26-27. So we have the 25-26 and the 26-27 activity. So we've shared with you that budget development was in progress, which is impacting 26-27. So this is one item based on this moment in time and kind of this cutoff period, right, for this report that the district has just on the 270. So I think the approach was, let's address the 270, and then budget development was going to yield what it's going to yield, which as you have just approved last week, you approved more than what's reflected here in reductions to administrators. But as it relates to the cabinet and leadership's focus on this particular item solo, the reductions, have yielded 60 less positions. You see the split. And so this is the other part about when we're sharing information with you about We want to make a reduction, but where is it impacting? So again, those positions, based on the way they're funded, are restricted and unrestricted, very specifically. I think a part of the call out too was, I'm now using air quotes, CERNA positions, if you will, if that was part of the framing. I think there are some questions / concerns about, where we started, and we talked about that, how we got to the 270 from the 2019-20 year, and then what increases have happened as far as staffing. We'll talk a lot more about that definitely too at second interim, but these reductions plus the ones that will come back with a reconciliation of all the administrators and how they're funded will come forth, but definitely wanted to grab this moment to be able to share this piece on that progress and which areas it will impact. And if I can spell restricted twice in one sentence, that would be great. This slide, again, just summarizes that. So the administrator FTE was 383.9 as of October 2025 when this process started. For the cabinet in 1920, there was 265, and as Member Kayada stated, there was a round up to 270. The general fund, as of October 25th, had 328.5 FTE. So that 383 was all funds, 328.5 was the general fund, and so that reduction of 58.5 was the target. We've reduced more than that to 60. And then with that, those are the proposed reductions at 60.1. And so as a result of that, again, there are still more administrative positions that were reduced as part of the how do I balance my budget based on the 20% and and either funding changing and our allocations changing. And so that still yielded additional administrative reductions, but those are considered separate as they're part of the 20% and balancing and trying to fit this budget within a lower allocation next year. Okay, so those are the main highlights. All of the other areas, as we're talking about, we're still working to implement. Adult education is an area, again, for 26-27 that we are looking at as far as not making a contribution based on where we currently are seeing, but that was listed as one of the strategies. So all of these items we're still reviewing for the fiscal solvency plan, plus again, still recommending additional strategies. We showed you this chart this year, and because we started with the unrestricted general fund amount for the administrative reduction, I'm only showing you the 4.9 in this dot because that's the unrestricted general fund impact, though you saw that there is a $5.3 million reduction in restricted resources that's happening as a result of the administrative reductions. Okay, so with that being said, I will yield the floor back to President Jean for next steps. And then we also talked about March 5th. There'll be an update as we're in this continual process of updates, and then we'll be back with the second interim on March 19th.
Thank you. Do we have any public comment?
We do. 2 speakers, Jennifer Kretschmann with 2 cards for 4 minutes, followed by Trevor Tenaguchi.
Thank you. Good evening, Board President Jean. I apologize, there was some confusion about the speaking and when she would speak. Anyways, Good evening, Board President Jean, Interim Superintendent McCarn, and members of the board. My name is Jennifer Kretschmann, and I am here as both the Director of Student Attendance and Engagement and as a parent in the district, a long-time parent in the district. I have a 32-year-old who graduated, and I also have a 1-year-old baby that I just got guardianship of, and I'm caring for at home, who I imagine will also be part of the school district. I want to thank the CBO for tonight's fiscal solvency plan presentation, and I want to be clear that I do understand the gravity of the moment and the obligation to stabilize our budget. But fiscal responsibility is not simply about cutting line items. It's about protecting the few investments that actively reduce long-term costs and restore revenue. And that's exactly what the Office of Student Attendance and Engagement, or the CARE team, as you know it, does. Attendance is not just a student service metric, it is the core driver of district revenue. When students are present, SCUSD is funded. When the students are absent, we lose both instructional time and ADA. The CARE team is one of the only district functions that directly protects and recovers revenue by re-engaging students and strengthening attendance systems, school-to-home outreach, and documentation practices that protect the district in audits. I'm now going to switch over. I've provided for you much of our district data. We have consistently had positive gains in attendance over the past 4 or 5 years since the pandemic, and we have increased both ADA and reduced chronic absence. District-wide, we've reduced chronic absence by 13.2%. And that measures right along with the state, if not better. And then as far as our student groups, our most vulnerable, including homeless, African American, American Indian, and Pacific Islanders have all seen incredible gains. And those are core groups that we have targeted and provided interventions for over the past 3 years. I'm now going to read Lucy's portion because she spent a lot of time putting it together. Dear board members, my name is Lucy Lewis. I'm a child welfare and attendance liaison in the attendance department. I would like to begin by sharing that since 2018, our department has been entirely grant funded. Throughout that time, we have been responsible stewards of those funds, ensuring that every dollar allocated to us has been used directly to support our mission of reducing absenteeism and increasing student attendance. We have consistently and effectively utilized all of our awarded funds and have never had to return money to the state. And that is not entirely. So last year, I was CC'd on an email. The state had billed for $30,000 stating that we had not spent that money. I had to stop that and intervene because we absolutely had. Our whole entire team is very thorough in everything that we do, including we're really good at spending money when it results in supporting our students. I want to take a moment to also share how vital the attendance and engagement department is to the success of our district. Our work directly impacts students, families, and schools by addressing the barriers that prevent consistent attendance. We often are the bridge between home and school. We keep a log of the daily phone calls we take, and it's sometimes up to 50 calls a day for various departments, and we answer the phone all day. There's a lot more, but you'll see it in your packets. We appreciate everything that you're doing, and we will be here consistently. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Good evening, board. My name is Trevor Taniguchi. I'm the parent of a kindergartner, and I know at LDV's Children's Center, and I know you've already heard from a lot of parents about our concern with the proposed elimination of that program. So I echo everything that the parents before me have said, and I really want to implore this board to apply some common sense. I mean, common sense tells us that when you have an over-enrolled program and a separate site that's under-enrolled, you shouldn't view that as a single entity. Common sense tells us that when you increase fees 25% in a year, and that program is still over-enrolled, you have a viable community draw to that school, to that program. It's a meaningful program that provides necessary resources, and it is a draw. Students, parents, including myself, pick that school because it has that program available. And so common sense also tells us that you shouldn't just stick to your budget principles because they were at the beginning of this process. You should evaluate them as you progress. And I acknowledge there's huge cuts that need to be made, but you should be open to evaluating and looking at where you started and new information that comes to light. And so common sense tells us that you can't cut a program that could be self-sustaining. And when I watched the comments from the last meeting, it didn't seem to me like staff was actually evaluating whether or not the LDV program was self-sustaining. I've asked for that information. The school district has told me it's going to take over 2 months to provide that information to me. So to me, that tells me we need to evaluate this program. There's comments, there's financial data. It seems to me that this is a self-sustaining program. And if it's not, if it's close, you've heard tons of parents come and speak to you that we're willing to figure out ways in which it can be self-sustaining. So I really implore you to take a deeper look. Don't just accept what you've started with as a budget principle. Really evaluate the true impact, because it is a draw to this community, to the school district, and has a true impact on families. Thanks.
Thank you. Board discussion. All right, I'll start with a couple of questions for you. I'm noticing that there's a huge emphasis, or it feels like there's an emphasis on two key parts of our fiscal solvency plan. And the first one is this, that in budget development, everyone was asked to cut 20% across the board. Is that 20% across the board cut of budgets generating the number we need so that our second interim will be qualified in March?
So mathematically, if I looked at your multi-year projection, that would have, from adopted budget and even from your second interim. So the amount that you would determine, like, how much do you need to reduce? So you'd look at that deficit for that out year, which is 26, 27, and then you'd factor in what total is that of our total budget. So I'm anticipating that's where the 20% came from. It does not appear that it is going to be enough. And so with that, we began, this process in the winter, late fall. And so that's what we're evaluating. So where we are now is, now that the budget development process has stopped moving, if you will, now we're pulling all that information together, so that we can see net, where did we land? And that's that update we'll bring on the 5th. So why also do we want that information? Because by the time I do second interim, those numbers, in addition to whatever we have on the fiscal solvency plan, should go into the multi-year projection for that 26, 27 year. So then we can see, okay, we got these strategies plus what we actually did in budget development. You put that in the multi-year projection. Now this is what the balance looks like and will yield. So those are the in big chunky process steps, what's happening now, and what we are looking at, what we may need to continue to do based on that number already being applied.
One of the concerns I have is that the 20% does feel more randomly picked rather than, very strategically done. I've heard stories that it's been inequitably applied in various places. Mm-hmm. I've heard concerns that it didn't take into consideration how departments worked or how school sites worked, and funding sources weren't necessarily a part of it either. Mm-hmm. And so it feels like the 20% across the board, and it's the guesstimate is 34 million. We don't have a number yet because that's what you're working on. Mm-hmm. But if we look at the number of how much we thought we'd save with 270 admin was at 15 million, and we're at 4 million with an additional 5 million in restricted. I don't know if that number is going to be enough, and that gravely concerns me. Right. My second question is, we spent a lot of time talking about reducing admin to 270. Is that generating the number we need to have a qualified second interim?
So no, it's going in the right direction, but not by itself. So the 14 million that you saw, that was on the original amount, that amount would be total, despite the resource. And then what we've had the opportunity to have that clarity on is our main focus is the unrestricted general fund. Yes, we have some restricted resources that, are getting tight, as it relates to that. And we're reconciling those items too, but your deficit is primarily in the unrestricted general fund. And that's where our, pivotal area of focus is. So we want to see all of those adjustments change. And some of those can change as you free up money and restricted resources. And we see, this area is a priority. Can we apply this particular non-labor labor to this now restricted resource now that we've freed up these resources? And that's what we've been talking about. We have to get to prioritization, right, and really focus about what we're prioritizing. And so we know that, we hear departments like the enrollment department, grant funded, we budget and we based on what we know is known and measurable. So that means we know that the money is, we've been granted the resource. And then measurable means when what is applying our knowledge that we're going to receive that resource. So we applied for something, great. It's known that we've applied for it. Measurable is when we get the award letter and you'll receive that money on next day. So there are a lot of grants and resources that we have annually that we do either notice or make sure that we don't include those items in the budget until we have confirmation that the money is coming. Because if we don't, the unrestricted general fund is picking that up. As it relates to the inequity component, a percentage definitely can create that inequity because every department, every site is not built the same. So for some areas, they don't have a lot of their budgets, departments that don't have much of non-labor costs, whether they're restricted resources or unrestricted. It's just people. And each year, right, as salaries are changing and compensation changes, we're funding those areas because we've prioritized them. And so therefore they don't have 20% of books and supplies or other materials to reduce. So therefore what they're left with is I have to reduce a person. So that's that strategy with that application that it doesn't provide. We didn't say 20% of non-labor. We said 20%. And then each department needed to figure out what that 20% is. So that will yield additional staffing reductions that you now have seen in those reductions. And then for some sites and or departments, that is non-labor. I can achieve that by doing, this reduction with other non-labor. So we're not going to have this particular project or activity, or we're not going to purchase these particular items. So if that's the root of that, that would be absolutely true. The intentionality of what the outcome was seeking to be was you figure out what 20% is, and that's what each department needed to do, understanding they are not all budgeted and funded the same.
So if we consider that there are essentially two main metrics or levers that the board is being asked to consider, one is our fiscal solvency plan, and the second one is layoffs. Have we identified all the cuts we need between those two things to ensure that our second interim will be qualified?
Have we identified all of the things? The answer would be no. We haven't identified all of the things. We are in the direction of doing so, but we have not identified all of the things, because you hear us still saying we still need to find strategies for 25, 26, and we need to find ongoing strategies, right, to be sustainable. Those, again, are the things that we'll get to those tougher conversations, again, about prioritization and, again, how you do school, and then what you're investing in based on that prioritization and those strategies, and where you want to see impact by program, by school, based on, their areas of focus. But we can't do everything everywhere. And so it is going to require us to really make some strong recommendations about how, we move forward. And we haven't gotten to that part. In addition to, it's not currently in the plan. So we're also working to bring those recommendations forward so that we can have those conversations, recognizing that we are in a time of the essence issue. So a lot of these conversations, unfortunately, will really get smashed into 26, 27. that may mean some recommendations from the superintendent about what summer and early board meetings look like, so we can continue this process, because you have to get there to achieve the goals that you're seeking to achieve, not just in solvency, but really in sustainability.
Danielle, can you go ahead and put that calendar up on the board for us? This last week, as board president, I've had many, many, many conversations with our fiscal advisor, with our interim superintendent, with legal, with our CBO, and with various members of the board. And I put together, maybe it's my teacher brain that needed a, where do we need to be by when, and let's backtrack. So what you have in front of you is a list of all of the board meetings from now until June. And one of the directions I've given, and this is as board president, but I definitely want to confirm that the board is okay with this as well. One of the concerns that we've been hearing is how much important conversation or big decisions are happening in non-regular meetings. And so these are our regular meetings, meaning all decisions that are important when it comes to the budget and layoffs will happen in a regularly scheduled meeting. So that's what's in front of you. There's also 2 points of this. Our budget must be approved by June 30th. Our final regular meeting will be June 18th. So that's when 2026-27 budget needs to be approved. On the 4th, it will be presented. This is our normal timeline. So if we start backtracking, the second interim is a required presentation. It happens in March, and it generally would happen on the 19th. The challenge is layoff notices have to go out by March 15th. Because we are in a negative certification in our budget, that means we have to have a third interim. That would happen in May. And to help everyone kind of understand where my brain's coming from, the second interim will include the actual spending through January 31st, so 7 months of our school year, and 5 months of predictions of how much we're spending this school year. For the third interim, it's actual spending through April 30th and predictions for the last 2 months. And asking for that to be presented not even a week later is crunch time, but the reason I've put it there is because the final notices for staffing have to be finalized by May 15th. So with this very crunch timeline in mind, I want to share the thoughts on my heart. And I'll start with, I really want to say this with as much kindness and empathy as I can, but there's this phrase, don't mistake my kindness for weakness, because this is the problem in front of us. Starting with our students, I am truly sorry for how the decisions we have to make up here are going to impact your learning experiences. Because as much as we want to keep the cuts away from your classrooms and your social supports, I don't yet believe we've been given everything we need as a board to ensure we can do that. The cuts we have to consider on this timeline will be painful. Staff, your livelihood, your expertise, your passion, and your commitment deserve better than the conversations we have to have now. District leadership, the way we've done it is not working. The systems we have in place are not helping us make the decisions we need to make. This feeling that somehow all of us are in a space of protecting ourselves or what's important to us, and there's an us against them or an othering that keeps happening in all spaces, it's not healthy and it's not productive. And I don't believe any of us want that. And I fully understand why we're there when it's this scary. But we have to address these long-standing problems in our budget in a new, different way. And this is the timeline we have in front of us. If I process how we got here, in June, we passed a budget for 25-26, knowing we were going to have to cut. That was actually already in the budget. I think at the time it was around 20 million, which felt like we can figure that out. But then in September, unaudited actuals came out and demonstrated that we had half the cash we thought we would have. So staff brought us our fiscal solvency plan in November, and the board approved it in the idea that this had had the conversations, it had gone through what it needed, and the board said, yes, And in that report, at that time, the numbers were 70.3 million for this year and 59.7 million for next year. So in essence, 70 and 60 million between the 2 years. In December, we did not get an update on the fiscal solvency plan because the thought was we're getting a FCMAT report and we're doing our first interim. Unfortunately, that also meant we lost a month where it doesn't feel like much actually happened in the plan. Then we get to January, we have a new leader who's brought in, who's now been working 6 weeks to get caught up on everything. And as that information's happening, we're finding out conflicting stories from what we had been told in November to what we're being told now. And in that time, the board kept calling for more special meetings because we wanted information, we needed answers. We wanted to make decisions, the hard decisions, and that wasn't given to us. And so we made hard decisions on ourselves as a board that a week later we did pull back some of it because that's not the best way to lead either, but we felt like we needed to take action. What do you do in that moment? It's now February 19th. And there are no new recommendations in the fiscal solvency plan for us to approve tonight. The layoffs that have been brought to us were put together through the budget development plan, which in my questions have just demonstrated that 20% isn't equitably applied. It's not a scalpel. It's not asking about programs impact. It's not considering restricted and unrestricted and what that means. We don't have the info we need to do this. My recommended direction is that on March 5th, we get presented the informational update of the second interim of what needs to happen to be qualified. Qualified means we can pay and it would be self-identified as qualified because it's the county that would technically determine that. And self-identified means we are confident we can pay our bills for 25, 26 and 26, 27. But we might not be able to pay our bills in 27, 28, because right now, that conversation can happen later. Which means if we're gonna make a decision on a regular board meeting before March 15th, that on March 5th, we need either updates to the fiscal solvency plan that take care of ensuring we're at interim, or we need layoffs that ensure we're taking care that we will be qualified at second interim. Those are the two pieces of info that we are currently using to make that happen. The reality is we are here not because of any one person or this board or any particular leader. We're here because of a lot of systems and a lot of decisions and a lot of things that have led us here. But the reality is it is on all of us here to address it. Us 7 board members have been here since 2020, 2022, and 2024. But we're Team Sac City, and we're here to do the hard decisions now before an outsider comes in and does it to us. So, I have a huge question for our interim superintendent, which she did know was coming. What is your plan to bring the board the staff recommended cuts that will ensure we have a qualified second interim in essentially one board meeting?
Thank you, Board President. That is a lot. And while as a system, we know that our processes, and specifically speaking to the budget development process as one that was used to help get us where we were, or where we are, continues to need fine-tuning. So here's what I'll say as first draft right now, knowing that through the work with Cabinet and others, because we're going to need lots of different perspectives on this, here are some thoughts. In order to have a qualified budget, self-identified, with a second interim that comes in March, you identified 2 places, the fiscal solvency plan and layoffs. With the fiscal solvency plan, We already are in process of updating it to include additional information, specific costing, and we anticipate having that for you, for the board, in March. We also have been working on contracts that can be stopped, canceled now, or that can be not renewed in the future. And that will generate savings, some now, some for next year. We have a reconciliation that was mentioned coming forward as well that will identify, because we did hear loud and clear, having layoffs and positions closing is part of the picture, not the full picture. So the reconciliation that is being worked on will show what has been closed, what has been opened, the costs associated with that. So the board will be able to see a clearer picture of the impact related to the financial component. But we're also looking at adding a line that talks about the impact, because we are losing a lot of positions and that has an impact on the system. So being able to identify what that is. The other things that we will do, I will say this week, we met with 3 of our labor partners. We're meeting with the other 2 tomorrow to have initial conversations. Well, some are initial and some are not, but around the budget, to give an opportunity to ask questions. And it's clear to us in those conversations that we need to have another round. So we will be doing more of that. We also will, and I appreciate Cabinet in leaning in, we are going to have some forums, some opportunities for employees at CERNA as well as elsewhere to come in, and this is a lot. Try to digest, understand, process, and give other ideas for. Some of those will be during the lunch hour, some will be after work, just to ensure that we can get additional perspectives. In November or December, there was an email generated, or an email identified, created, in which employees can share ideas that they had to cut costs. And that list has been looked at initially, but needs to be looked at again, and we're going to include and encourage employees to reach out and share ideas. Some of them that have come in so far are in terms of increasing fees like fingerprinting or NCLB testing fees, changing the hours, shortening calendars, a variety of things. Some of those negotiable, some of those not. But we will be leaning into that to generate ideas, additional ideas that have not yet been thought of. The things that, before I get to the last part, the things that we know we need to continue doing, that net list, that's what we're going to call it, of the reconciliation is certainly part of that. Input, I spoke about that even more from not just employees or labor partners, but perhaps some of the board committees that are in existence. And we hear loud and clearly that we need to display our progress in a way that is available and understandable. We will work towards that end as well. And we also, I think, are going to try to identify for 25-26 and the cash flow concern, what that really means, what that looks like, what has happened for it. And then secondly, the structural deficit of 26, 27, and beyond, which the layoffs impact that component. Having heard that 20% was not enough, and 270 was not enough, and that we need more layoffs, we are going to have to look and talk and work through that so that we can bring forward options, because I hear the board clearly asking for that as well, as opposed to one, take it or leave it. We are going to work towards that end in all of those areas in 2 weeks, which is March 5th, which is not a lot of time. And I do also have to just say that that's also not a lot of time to effectuate layoffs, knowing that there are so many components and pieces involved in conducting an analysis and ensuring that appropriate staff based on positions receive appropriate notices. So that's a lot. But those are things we are going to try and do and accomplish. And I guess what I'll say too is we recognize that there was frustration around the lack of what felt like the lack of urgency in talking about this since November or September. We can hear that. We can feel that. And we want to try to, not just for you all, although you all are the board, but for like our employees, all of our employees. We heard from employees tonight who presented who potentially are now going to be affected by more layoffs, because we have to look in a variety of places, and it is only fair that we look in multiple places and not just at one unit or one non-unit. And I think all of that has to be part of the conversation. So I feel like I'm rambling at this point, but those are my thoughts.
Thank you. Since I asked that about 6 hours ago, thank you. Oh, speaking of which, I think we need to have a motion about extending our meeting. We're at 10:37. I'm going to ask that we extend it to 11:59, because if we have to start back up at midnight, we could. So do I have a motion to extend it to 11:59 with the hope that we're not going that late?
I will
Reluctantly?
reluctantly motion that.
Do I have a second? Thank you. All in favor? Aye, I appreciate that. The next thing I really want to emphasize is the difference between preliminary notices and final notices in what we're asking for here. Because there is so much data that we don't seem to have that we need, and because I don't want to be in 26, 27 feeling like we do now, where we're cutting so problematically, and because 90+% of our unrestricted monies are in staffing, I just have a feeling that the layoffs are going to be painful. I'm thinking about it in my head like when you know you need to lose pounds, and if you've got months to do it, you can cheat a little bit here and fudge a little bit there. But we're at the point where we got 2 weeks to do this now. And that's why I started with the I'm really sorry. But I want to lean hard on this staff conducts initial budget and staffing analysis. I want to lean hard that as we go through the full second interim and we go into our third, that as we keep getting these updates, and as we do the plan you've outlined, that you're going to be getting multiple perspectives, talking to labor partners, talking to employee groups. It sounds like from what we've heard, a lot of people have a lot of ideas. So how do we create the space for those conversations and getting more and more data so that we can pull back as many of those layoff notices before final notices are confirmed as we possibly can? Because I also fully recognize the uncertainty that this brings and what that does in a teacher's mind, what that does in an educator's mind. So we have 2 weeks to make sure that the decisions brought to the board for the fiscal solvency plan and layoffs get us interim qualified. And then we've got essentially 2 months to pull those back and ensure that we're not using the big hammer we talk about, but we're approaching it from a scalpel place and restoring as much as possible as we can. With all of that, I don't see anybody in the speaking queue, but I am going to throw it back to my My fellow colleagues on the board, does anybody have any thoughts or questions to add to what we've just discussed? Member Ibarra.
In addition to this, I just want to and I know I spoke on this in some of the other presentations, but it's really important for me to see what the cost savings are from vacancies and from the directives that we're giving moving forward, because that's the only way we're going to be able to know if what we're, do we need to change directions in an upcoming meeting. And it's really hard, for me to go home and reflect on this and come prepared when I don't have that information. So I think that would be really helpful moving forward if we really strongly reflect that in our budget updates.
Thank you. Member Singh.
All right. Well, I'm going to start by thanking you, Member Jean, President Jean, for trying to bring this up thoughtfully. And part of that is recognizing that the inequities that we all see on how these cuts have been kind of prescribed, let's say, and which has forced staff members to come out here and advocate for themselves, and that's not what we want to see. Because that feels directed, right? When you feel like your department or a group of folks are being attacked at the same time in a whole different realm, this is so frustrating that our backs are against the wall, and I'm gonna call it out, we've been asking, and I appreciate how you put it, Member Jean, but the truth is we wouldn't be in this situation if we had been doing what we've been saying to do for months at this point. We are in this situation also because we have, to some level, waited, and I say wait, we have been waiting for information, and that information does not get to us, and now we're gonna go into this really scary version of prelim notices and final notice. I'm looking at this timeline, it's just insane. But I get it. At the same time, it's unfair to not bring up the factual things that this is really messed up. I'll just say it, to put a plug in, 27, 28, 28, 29, whatever you want to call it, we can't just fix 26, 27. It's great to focus on 26, 27. We have to, as a district, stop relying on certain things. You, as departments, you cannot rely on outside contractors. As departments, you cannot rely on random funding buckets that you're just gonna get so that you can spend money on things. We don't have the budget. I've said it before, this is not a blank checkbook. We have a negative balance. There's no money to be spent, no matter what department you're in. I say that because we need to start talking about cutting, and I thank you, Superintendent McCarn, for bringing this up. We need to talk about the contracts, but I'm not talking about contracts today. I'm talking about all contracts. If this district wants to fix its budget, it needs to go away from the culture of relying on contracts moving forward. This is not enough. We need to actually fix this moving forward. Otherwise, we will be in the same situation by next year, because if we say we fix a budget and by next year we're back in the same system, it was all right, we got some money, I have to spend some money right now, that's not gonna be okay. So I support the timeline, I support what we're talking about here, but I also don't know how to tell the community that I just want the community to know we're trying our best with the limited information we get, and I don't know how else we're supposed to hold people accountable, but I'm not gonna sit up here and be okay with us cutting people who get paid the least at the expense of folks who are getting paid the most, not making the decisions that they're supposed to be making for the last 6 months. So in that sense, there's a lot of folks, a lot of people, everyone needs to be prepared for the type of notices that we're gonna likely be putting out. Thank you.
Member Kayada.
I want to thank President Jean a lot for bringing the scalpel to this conversation. And I have been bringing the hammer for the past couple months, and I appreciate you being able to move us to a place that we can build consensus in this conversation. I think that's part of what's been lacking is, as a board, I think we've been on our back feet so much that we don't know how to react other than just to react and say, you just need to do something. Why are you not doing anything? And I think this direction and the comments from Superintendent McCarn is a very positive step with an aggressive timeline, to be sure, and I do support that timeline as well. But this, I just wish we had been here in November. I do want to just speak to how we move forward and what I need to move forward. And I'll start just by calling out what I've been feeling for a while, which is that I feel like I've been the last to know about what we've been doing as a district. Today we had some people from the care department talking about maybe this thing is getting cut. Is it? I have no idea. No one has told me what programs are actually being affected. It's 20%. What does that mean? It was decided behind closed doors here in Cerna. The board never approved these things. Did we say to cut LDV's after-school program? No, we never said that. In fact, we said the opposite. We said if a program can be self-sustaining or can be close to self-sustaining, we should keep it. We didn't vote on that. We don't know what the impacts have been. I don't know. You know, I walk around town, I see some of our employees, and I get the side eye, and I'm like, well, apparently you've been noticed because I don't know who's actually being affected by this and what programs they are. And I think that's what needs to change for us to be able to make these decisions. Last Thursday, we had a meeting where we basically were presented with one option. It's this option or insolvency. And I didn't feel like I had any control in that moment about what I was actually voting on. I just knew that if I didn't vote on this, we were facing insolvency. And that's not a place I want to be in because I can't go and look to the community and say, I had to do it. That's what staff brought me. That's not what the board should be doing. And I think part of what it will take to get that is we need, on any future layoffs, to understand how much of a savings are we getting? Is it general fund or restricted? And what is the program impact? Because if I see a person, whether it's a vacancy or a filled role, I'm not sure if that is a program that we no longer need, if that's a program that we're actively cutting. I'm not sure if that's just moving an employee from one school site to another. That data is not clear. And so all these actions, we're continuing down the path of basically giving the district staff the baton and saying, please fix this for us. And then when you bring it back, we basically just have to approve it. And that's not how this should be working. I do definitely agree we need to have a qualified second interim. It has to be in a qualified position, and we need to do everything we can to get it there. But I would also say the board needs to have options. We need to know and have some say in determining the future of our district. It can't just be that staff spend 2 weeks getting right to the line, and then one of the programs that's getting us to the line is one that we absolutely cannot stand to cut, and then we're just in a position where all of a sudden our insolvency plan isn't working, and all of a sudden we're not qualified because it's like the board didn't do it. We need to overcut in order to allow us to make the decisions as a policy body that allow us to bring this under control. And I will say one thing that's been sitting with me for a minute and is really worrying me is we still have not received our external audit for the 24-25 school year. And the reason that concerns me is because we don't know how deep of a hole we have to fill if we don't yet have last year's numbers, which would give us this year's starting numbers. And if there's a surprise waiting in that document, that can just really throw this whole thing off. If an auditor is this late, generally not a good sign. I also want to understand if our auditors have found other issues that we haven't discussed yet that haven't been brought to us. And we need to be able to ask this third party as a board, what is actually happening? What are you seeing? And what else should we be asking that we're not? I think that's my comments for now.
Thank you. Member Rhodes?
Okay, so I think on top of what Member Kayada said around what needs to be seen when cuts are coming back, I think for me, I would also like to see, with any of the jobs or layoffs we're talking about, the direct student-facing positions, indirect student supports, it needs to be labeled for us, administrative versus central office, how many of the proposed reductions impact services tied to IEP, English learner, foster youth, high needs students. I think that's the information that we need, and I think that our community needs as well, because when I'm in community, the questions are, the cuts that you guys are doing, and your proposed keeping things furthest away from the classroom, well, how do these cuts actually impact services to students? And I think it's super important for us as a board and our community members to get that in these updates. And so not only what Member Kayada said, but also all of the things that I listed below are things that I need staff to bring back. And my constituents and community members need it as well. And so, you know me, I'm the community guy, and I'm a Southside kid. You know all the stuff. But at the end of the day, these impact our community. Our schools directly impact our entire community. A lot of the staff here, a lot of the folks that are in the audience, they all attended these schools. Sac City Unified School District. We are all here. So this is an opportunity to do it right in a short period of time, as right as it can be done, but that's transparency. If we get that information, that's transparency. And anything else is us touting it, but not really giving it the way it deserves. So I'll leave my comments there.
Thank you. Member Ibarra?
I have two questions I don't need to answer for tonight. The first one is, in this process, it would be helpful for us to understand how you all are projecting your enrollment in this process so that we understand the formula being put forth because of questions that we get as well, right? And so that it's consistent in the messaging. I think it's not clear right now as stands, which puts us in a position where we don't have a clear answer when we are questioned about that. And so that's where that's coming from. The other thing I did ask on February 5th and was hoping we would have an update for at this meeting, but I understand there's a lot of moving parts going on, is around the positions that are currently working out of class. I think this is very important for us to have as a board, because we are talking about layoffs and there are laws that we need to follow, and there are also folks that are going to see what's happening, and we need to be conscious of that. So when you have these interim positions, it's important for us to understand currently how many people are in these interim positions and how many of them can actually go back to their original roles, because I fear that we are going to close out the original roles and bypass the legal process for filling those interim positions. So I just want to make sure that we're understanding what we as a board are approving when we're saying we agree with this layoff list or the initial process of it, because I would hate for that to come back as something that I'm tied to in litigation because we fail to understand that piece. So that is why I asked on the 5th, and I'm asking again. And I'll say the question again just to make sure that it's clear. I would like to know how many people are in interim positions and how many of them can go back to their original roles for the vacancies here in central office specifically, but I mean overall when we're speaking to being compliant.
I'm hopping. And then also, and if we have to make deeper cuts, just question superintendent and to our board, but also maybe the superintendent right now, to think about like what is our threshold for when educational quality is compromised. Like that's something you have to think about. That's something we have to think about. But as it comes back, we have to be cognizant of that. Thank you.
Member Benjamin.
Yeah, and to kind of piggyback on that, I think I try to make things as simple as possible. Just how we can view these things. I see it as we've been asking for a position control. This is what I like to see by March 5th. Side by side, 3 columns: position control, the impact statement, right, of this position, and the fiscal impact. I think it's real, it's real easy, and it's what we've been asking for since November. And so I think in those 3 spaces, we could take a look, because our, as a board, and I speak for myself, I'm up here and I ran, to represent my constituents, but to make informed decisions. And to this point, what we're telling you all is we've been asking for this information. And to me, it boils down to just 3 simple things, which is position control. We need to see what that is and be able to understand that. We need impact statements, how this is going to impact, right? So that we can see these 20% cuts, so we can see where this impacts our communities, the most vulnerable, and the fiscal impact of that. It's simple. And so I'd like to see that. I want to give a direction. I'd like to see that by March 5th. Thank you.
I think with that, we've heard from everybody, so I want to allow our interim superintendent, is there any questions or comments you'd like to make in response to everything you just heard? And no pressure. If not, you're allowed processing time.
I think what I will say is that if I have additional questions, and if we have additional questions as we process, that I will reach out specifically, because there may be. Obviously, in order to get to where we need to be by March 5th. And I guess just the overall statement I will make is that it would be hard to imagine a scenario that we make even more additional cuts that does not impact students. Right? So if the bar is bring cuts that don't impact students, like we've passed that already. So they're whether they're central or they're site, I hear really loud and clear the desire for options that give the board, and information on budget, information on numbers, position control, the vacancies. Member Ibarra, you use working out of class and interim interchangeably. They're different, but being able to explain and show, like, I can hear all that. So I guess just to say, when we bring additional cuts back for you, layoffs, for you to consider March 5th, there will be impacts to students. So just making sure that's clear, because these are cuts in addition to what we did already, and I know you're going to hear some more tonight. And I guess that's the other thing I would say is there are 2 more agenda items that don't have the things that you're asking for, because it was on there like it was last time. So the kind of net, the what's closing, the what's opening, the impact statement, those 2 things aren't on what is coming that came last week. They will be on what you are asking for tonight for moving forward on March 5th. And so I say that so staff presenting, so staff presenting isn't going to have those. But I hear that it's an ask for those that come back on the 5th. And if there's something else, I'll just ask you later, because that's all I can think of right now.
Thank you very much. And with that, we will move on to 12.4, resolution number 3564. Resolution to eliminate certificated employees due to a reduction of a particular kinds of service. Sorry.
Multiple people just let me know that our video feed went out.
Oh, our video feed went out. Can somebody double check on that? We're working on it. Awesome.
working on it.
Thank you. You guys are on it. If you don't mind, am I allowed to make a comment before he starts? I just want the board to know that on Monday, sorry, I do want everyone to hear this just because before Jake presents. On Monday, as I was talking with our fiscal advisor that's been appointed by SCOE and our interim super, I pushed really hard to not bring these back tonight, but to do it on the 5th. because I knew we were going to want a lot more info and a lot more details, and that this still feels like a very incomplete presentation, and that we're having to make choices about specific programs that we may not want to make choices about. The reason they were brought forward still is that the fiscal advisor was concerned about timelines, and that if we waited till the 5th with all of these, we're putting a lot of pressure on personnel to effectively follow the process between March 5th and March 15th. So they are being brought to you now because of that. So with that in mind, I will hand it over to Jake. Welcome.
Thank you. Good evening, President Jean, Board, and Superintendent McCarn. My name is Jake Hansen. I'm a Director in Human Resources. Tonight, I bring you the amended resolution from our previous board meeting, including positions that were asked to be brought back to you to provide some more clarification. In the last board meeting, we talked about the cycle of the layoff and reduction process. We held the budget development process, as we heard you discuss earlier tonight, and we're here tonight about the board approval, and then the following steps will be the analysis. Preliminary notices going out by March 15th, hearings for those employees that qualify for or request a hearing in front of an administrative law judge, and then we will come back for your board approval to effectuate final layoff notices that must be sent out by May 15th. These reductions are preliminary, so anytime between the 15th and June 30th, when those notices become effective, those things can be adjusted. Today, we're going to go over the information of those positions that are being brought back. We'll send those preliminary notices out by March 15th, the hearings, again, and then the administrative law judge. So the positions that were removed are 11 vacant FTE of a clinician, psychologist, social worker, 1 FTE of a community school specialist, 1 FTE of a counselor, 4.5 FTE of a school nurse, and 3.5 FTE of school social worker. And through TK12, there is 6 FTE as a clinician, psychologist, social worker, 7.8 FTE as counselor, 1.4 of school psychologist. And I would like to note for you that those reductions are made and not below the required CBA allocation numbers. Some of those positions that are listed are due to position control cleanup with reclassifications, such as that clinician, psychologist, social worker. Those positions were reclassed into another position, and so it's not a loss of services, it's position control cleanup. Those are being closed. Services are remaining under a different classification. The changes that you are seeing with counselors and school social workers, those types of things are based on site needs, and so those were site-based decisions and not based upon formula allocation due to CBA requirements. So tonight, we ask you to approve resolution number 3564 with those specific highlighted items that we are bringing back to you for your approval. And if you have any questions.
Thank you. Do we have any public comment?
We do. Terrence Gladney.
Welcome.
Hello again. I don't even know. I'm sorry. I'm tired. I believe that the community school specialist position is for Fern-Bacon, which is not going to have students at the school site, but they're going to be accountable for bringing kids back into a welcoming space. So I would question, wouldn't that position be more crucial at this point in time where there is no physical presence, but there's an opportunity to really still embrace the greater community, but also the fact that, again, it's a grant-funded position, so where are we actually saving dollars? I mean, the community school grant is a holistic program that exists across school sites and across school boundaries. That's literally the nature of the pillars, from NEA down to CDE and CTA. So just like, I mean, like, that's an opportunity for that individual to really build bridges despite there not being physical students there. It could have a framework and a landscape for students to come back into a space that is truly supported by the neighborhood. There are still going to be feeder elementary schools that are coming there. So whether they're physically there, I mean, already by nature, like the CSSs don't necessarily do direct, like adult to student interactions, but they are out engaging the community. Board Member Rose just spoke about Brian Peck at Woodbine. He had me and Board Member Rose come in to engage the scholars as African-American leaders in our community. That can still exist for future Fern-Bacon students if that is indeed the case of that specific position. But again, that would even be offered just shows a lack of awareness about what these positions are and what they mean to our schools today and in the future. So I think that there's a lot more education that can happen across the board. So thank you.
Thank you. Board discussion. Member Ibarra.
Okay, I'll start the conversation because I'm the reason that this got brought back. And I want to start off by saying I fully understand the vacancy piece now. When this was presented to me last week, it was a lot of information to take in a really quick time. And I made a motion to find a medium so that work can get done. But I also did this to force a conversation that I know is going to be uncomfortable, but it needs to be had. Because if you all remember, and you can go back and review the board meetings around this time of year last year, when we were going through this process, I voted and then afterwards realized immediately that I misinformed myself and I didn't blame anybody else but myself. But I said I won't let this happen again. And so the reason we're in this conversation is because when we talk about keeping things as far away from the classroom as possible, I truly understand that every decision we have to make, going back to a comment that you made right now, like this is going to affect our students one way or another. And I understand that. However, when we think about student support services, it is one of the groups of folks that we see consistently from year to year, and I think it's because we need to change the strategy. I understand that this is processes that we have to go through every year as part of right-sizing our budget, but I think that we should be in a place where we shouldn't have to question if these are services that we should even be talking about as part of these layoff processes. Now, again, pausing and saying I recognize that a good chunk of these are vacancies. We also gave a directive to freeze hiring, hence the vacancies. So I think in that conversation, there also needs to be transparency. And then also I want to touch on the comment that you made where some of these are site-based decisions that were made through their site councils, right? And so I think that that's also information that I think moving forward in this process is key for us to understand so that we are able to be fully transparent with our constituents. So I want to start the conversation that way. I'm sorry, but if we have kids showing up to school, but we're not supporting their needs around mental health or resources outside of what's happening in the classroom, they're never going to be able to fully be themselves while they're in the classroom. And so that is why I pulled these. And I'm sorry that I'm the one to bring us back to this uncomfortable conversation, but I'm not sorry that I'm the one to bring us back to this uncomfortable conversation. So those are my comments for now.
Member Singh.
Start by saying I have to apologize. I was not here for the special board meeting, and I appreciate the opportunity to take a look at this. I think it gives some clarity if the school sites themselves are making the decisions, but I also think it's important for us to recognize what Member Ibarra is saying, which is I hope the school sites are also making decisions that reflect on the needs of the children, because I mean, it's hard to tell from this. I'll give you an example. Seeing a 6.0 of clinical psychologists and social workers, right, or 7.8 of counselors. I'm sure that's across the district, maybe at a site that maybe has 2 counselors or maybe has 2 psychologists or two social workers. But it's really important for us to get this type of information clearly disseminated to the public. Because if you look at this and you're in the public and you're just seeing this list, it looks like we're just going around cutting psychologists. We're just going around cutting counselors, right? So we just have to figure out a way to explain this better, because that is a huge separation of saying the school sites are saying, okay, we don't actually need this position, so we're going to make a recommendation to cut it. The vacancies make complete sense to me. I will ask on the public comment, what benefit do we have of cutting a community school specialist if it is funded by a if it's restricted funding, if it in fact even is? I don't know if that's true or not. I'm just asking you if is.
It's grant funded.
Or is it grant funded? So is that restricted or still unrestricted?
It's restricted.
Well, I was going to say specific to that, I'm going to look for cabinet to answer some of the questions related to specific positions being reduced, whether site or centrally. And so I'm looking to someone else to answer that question.
I'm unsure of the funding piece of that.
The one thing I can share that is not expertise is it's the community schools grant is money. It doesn't mean they have a great budget. So they're probably making tough decisions in this as well. But I don't want to put words in anybody's mouth because I would want to talk to Sarah Lynn about that.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. I think that's a question that we need to bring back to you because we don't have the proper person in the room to be able to give the exact reason for that and what the benefit is.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, considering these are preliminary, this is the type of thing when we look at that map that member Jean just shared of the map for the next 3-4 months on we're going to make decisions. That's the type of stuff where that needs to be part of that staffing analysis. So even if this is a preliminary notice, if the staffing analysis of information from Sarah Lynn proves otherwise, and this doesn't have a financial effect on us negatively, or there's an explanation for it, those would be the type of things that we can say, all right, this doesn't make sense.
Yeah, we will relay that to her and have that conversation.
Perfect. Thank you.
Member Kayada.
Well, I was going to say, I think what we communicated earlier was a temporary closure at Fern Bacon due to the construction and the relocation of students for that particular position. But overall, we hear what you're saying in terms of more than just a list and the additional details needed.
I was just bringing that up to specifically respond to Terrence's comment, because even if it is a place that's closed, is there any benefit of bringing up the comments that he's bringing up? Is there a benefit to the students? So, thank you.
Member Kayada.
So I appreciate the additional clarity we've had tonight and that we've had a week to think about this, and the commitment that we're going to have even more clarity for the future items. We consider these in a huge rush of positions last week, which the board itself didn't get until we basically walked in the door either. And it was a lot. And that meeting wasn't televised because it was a special meeting. In my mind, it was a procedural first step, and the board would have control. But that first step led to immediately people being notified. So it wasn't really procedural. And that meeting never should have been untelevised. So whether that's making sure what President Jean said and that we get these at regular meetings, or if we're going to have a meeting of that type, maybe it's an exception and that meeting does get televised because this affects people. I also wanted to, once again, and this wasn't televised, but really humbly and absolutely thank Member Ibarra for the movement you made last week to make sure that we would have this conversation. Because not only did we get the information that we need on these positions that you pulled, but more importantly, we started the conversation that we hadn't been having yet to make sure that we understood the impacts. And that allowed us to ask what we're asking for right now, which is important for us, but also to the community to understand what's happening. So just wanted to really appreciate once again, we took a week and that did, slow down some process for the staff to get working on this, but it allowed us to make sure the process is much better. And I think that's what we're going to be seeing moving forward is, we're up here doing this in public. I mean, the Brown Act is a thing. We're not sitting here behind closed doors and then coming out with a nice, easy presentation. Sometimes it's messy, but that's because we're making hard decisions under an incredible amount of stress. And I want to, acknowledge my colleagues and all the staff who are under that same stress. These are not easy decisions.
With that, I will entertain a motion.
I'll move approval.
Do we have a second?
I'll second.
Thank you both. And our vote.
Member Jean?
Reluctantly, yes.
Member Kayada?
Ditto, yes.
Member Benjamin?
Yep.
Member Rhodes?
Aye.
Member Singh?
Aye.
Member Ibarra?
I also reluctantly say yes, with the clarifications that I got.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Moving on to 12.5, resolution number 3560, notice of layoff, preschool employees reduction in force due to lack of funds and/or of work. And I just got another text that the stuff is spinning online, so I don't know if that's been addressed or not. Gotta love modern day stuff. Thanks, Jake. When you're ready, yeah, go for it. Yep.
So thank you. We come with another resolution for reduction in services. This is related to our preschool employees. In this resolution that you have before you, there is 14 staff members that are, or positions that are listed, 1 vacant management position, and 4 management positions for a total of 19 FTE within preschool. These positions range from teacher-child development from different programs on different calendars in FTE, as well as the administrators that are over those programs. Again, these are on that same timeline that we discussed in those previous resolutions, and we recommend approval of the resolution 3560 for the reductions of preschool employees.
Sorry for all the whispering. It looks like the feed's not working and we're trying to, it's timed out or something. So with that, do we have any public comment?
We do. We have 2 speakers. First up is Kayla Chenthing-Lancy for 4 minutes, followed by Maria Avetisov.
Thank you for being here at 11 at night. I'm assuming that as you share, you'll remind us of all the beautiful things that we heard earlier as well.
Yes, thank you for having me. So I speak on behalf of all parents who are not able to be here at this time due to conflict, which I feel like emphasizes the importance of these programs and what they do for us as parents. So first, I spoke previously at the last meeting, and I'm here again because this decision is very real for families like mine. I want to speak specifically about the impact of teacher layoffs and on children in early childhood programs like Early Head Start. My son, Cairo, is 2, and at this stage in development, relationships are everything. His teachers, like Mrs. Huynh, aren't just educators, they're trusted adults in his daily world. They are part of the routine that helps him feel safe, regulated, and confident. When children this young build connections with caregivers and teachers, those relationships support emotional development, language growth, and social skills, and stability matters more deeply at this age. So when teachers are laid off, it's not just a staffing change, it's disruption to a child's sense of security. Cairo has formed serious bonds with his teachers. He recognizes them, he trusts them, and he learns from them every single day. Losing those relationships abruptly would be confusing and upsetting for him and for many other children in the program. I also want to acknowledge the teachers themselves. Early childhood educators are doing incredibly important work, often for modest pay, because they care deeply about children and families. The thought of losing educators who have invested their hearts into these classrooms, it's difficult to see as a parent. I understand the district is making and facing financial challenges, and I respect the complexity of the decisions that you are making, but I hope you consider that stability for young children comes from consistent relationships with trusted adults. When those relationships are disrupted, the impact reaches beyond academics. It affects emotional development and well-being. These teachers are not interchangeable to the children they care for, their family, and as a single mom without support, that means something. They're the part of the foundation that helps young children grow into confident learners and for the future. Thank you for your time and for considering the impact of the youngest members of our community.
Good evening, board members. I'm one of the preschool teachers, and many of you mentioned that you want to know a little bit more about the programs which will be affected by the decisions you're making. They're tough. I feel for you, but I want to inform you about our program. Our program is extremely unique because 100% of our students are coming from the low-income families. 100% of them coming from the homes where books are not available, where parents have difficult time maybe, because they just came here, they're new immigrants, or maybe because substance abuse or because of unemployment, a lot of people are losing jobs and, their kids are affected by that. And, once they graduate from preschool and they're being promoted to high school, or to kindergarten, sorry, I'm so nervous. But, you will see the effect, you will feel it. The kids will feel the effect. They're at risk of failure, if they don't get the support. And we are the support. And we don't focus just on the children. We focus on the parents too. We help the parents, we connect them to the services in the community. Before the child starts the preschool, the parents fill out the form which tells us what they are needed, what they're in the need of. They mark what they want to, approach what they need the immediate help with. And we connect them to the services. We work with their children. Every month, we do the parent meetings, educational topics, how to, read to your child. What is the dental health, how to provide the best experience for your child. We help the parents to set up the goals. We help them reach those goals. One of my former parents working at the registration office right here, and every time she sees me, she thanks me for her job because I was the one who believed in her. She told me, no, I'm going to clean up the houses if they call me. But I said, no, you're young, you're smart, you can do it, I can help you. I helped her fill out the application for the community college. I helped her with her homework for her first few classes. That's what we do. We don't just play with the kids. We serve the community, we serve our district. We start from the beginning. We close the gap before it even happens, and we really want your help and support. We understand the situation is tough, but these little kids and those families need help. If it's without this program, they won't get the help they need. I'm the immigrant myself, I know how difficult it is.
I'm sorry, I'm going to ask you to wrap up.
I understand, yeah. Thank you for your attention, and I hope that, you will keep our program. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Board discussion. Member Ibarra.
I will start this conversation because, again, I pulled this from the last meeting, and these comments are more for the board that I'm about to make to open this discussion, and the reasoning behind why I did this. For years, I sat on that side of the dais in this fight, so this isn't new to me. I have seen the evolution or lack thereof of what is early childhood in SCUSD, and that's not to take away the great work that all of you have done throughout the years. But we cannot continue every year to bring forth chopping more and more of what is presented to the board as a program that is not sustainable when systemically we have done nothing different to make that not the reality that we face each year. I am not saying that you don't go back and plan with your teams and try and do things in different ways, but we keep getting the same message overall, and it has to do with how we're funding it. So then that means us as a board, we need to look at what is the vision we have and how does that fit into play with what we're doing when they get into TK-12. Because in preschool, just as you've heard in many of the public comments that have been made and many of the ones that we've gotten written, is that in low-income communities, this is a very, very vital resource that I myself depended on as a mother who was separated from her family because of immigration. And I depended heavily on government assistance. And in that, I was required to work. And I couldn't afford childcare before or after school. And so these are the things that we are not talking about, and it's uncomfortable to hear. But these are also folks who start off as parents in preschool that volunteer. And then from volunteering, they become aides. And the evolution of the educator grows from there. I also want to challenge us to look at, when we talk about wanting to see our district grow, right? And we think about the different pathways that we offer our students here. And we say that we want to fill our classrooms with teachers who look like the students that we serve. How can we ever achieve that if we don't look at the programming and the pathways that we have for students? And when I look at our preschool department, I see both in the earlier ages up until the 3-4, potential for us to have a pathway program in the future. And I know that's wild to be talking about while we have zero money. But can you really imagine us creating a pathway where we are also providing for families and giving hands-on experience to our students to see what it would look like for them to come back and serve in the very institution that we gave. So anyways, I don't want to go off rambling because it's late at night. But those are the reasons I'm challenging us to really have an in-depth conversation. Outside of that, we have to be very strategic, and we have to look at numbers and call them out as we're having these conversations. Otherwise, we're having painful, uncomfortable conversations around this topic every year. So I know that Board Member Singh is going to also make some comments, so I'm going to end my 2 cents there.
Member Singh.
Thank you. This is very different from what was just presented to us 5 minutes ago, and I'll say why. This all ties into what we were talking about earlier about how preschool programs, right? I see them as core teaching spaces for our children, for our kids to actually, I mean, I don't want to take, I can't put into words better than the folks who came up and spoke for the program, to be very honest with you. These are fundamental building blocks for our children. And in that sense, I will say some of the concerns that I raised earlier, this is exactly where we need to do what Member Benjamin and Member Rhodes said, which is if I don't have the numbers, I'm voting no tonight. If I don't have the numbers that showcase to me what this is actually costing us, what's actually saving us, I don't feel comfortable voting yes on this. And I know that puts a little bit more pressure for the March 5th meeting, but so be it, because at that point, I'd rather get more clear information on what the fiscal impact is of making these cuts if they were actually to be done as final notices, for example. And I say that reluctantly because I know that it's important to get a lot of this stuff done, but that's a perfect example of where we just don't have the information. And this particular piece, we're not cutting something simple. This is really impactful. And I just don't feel comfortable doing it. So I'm just being very honest that we need the fiscal impacts of this. We need the numbers, as both Member Rhodes and Member Benjamin have requested. And I do think we as a district need to figure out how to find ways to support these things. These are the type of things I'm like, yeah, we're in a fiscal dump, but we also got to figure out how to support this at the cost of something else. If you're going to tell me this, we preserve this, we'll get to cut somewhere else, I'd rather hear about what else we're cutting before we talk about cutting something like this. So that's where I'm at tonight. Thank you.
If I may respond to that, first of all, I just want to share that our early learning and care team, our academic office, our entire cabinet is equally dedicated to the youngest members of our community, and that this team has been working tirelessly to try to find a solution that preserves and saves as many possible seats as we can. And we don't bring this to you lightly. We are bringing this to you for your consideration in order to actually preserve and save this program. And I want to draw your attention to a couple of things, which is that 2 weeks ago at the board meeting, we brought this forward with some financial information. And one of the things that we shared in that was a table that showed what the cost of the program is and what the deficit would be. And what we are looking at right now with the reduction of six classrooms is a existing deficit of $626,000. And that is reducing these classes that we have shared, as well as reducing a number of central office positions. And so that deficit we are able to cover this year using one-time relief funds that the program has been very carefully saving left over from COVID, but which do need to be used. And so we are proposing that we use those one-time relief funds, $626,000, in order to be able to preserve as many of these seats as we possibly can this year. The next thing that I would like to draw your attention to is that we did prepare and share a board communication on this that highlighted I believe it's 8 or 9 different plans that we attempted in order to be able to preserve all of the classrooms. So we have plans A through G, which preserved all of our classes. And in doing that, the lowest we were able to get the deficit in the program was $880,000. By preserving all of the classrooms. That was if we eliminated the entire central office support team. And as you heard from Karen Griffiths from SETA today, that's not an option, because if we don't have the support staff to be able to ensure that we are meeting the program requirements, SETA will not fund the program. And that means that we lose every single one of these classrooms, not 5 or 6 right now. And so I just want to make sure that you know that we have been very carefully considering the financial implications of this, and you do have that information. I will also share, as far as the fee-based programs are concerned, we have also done that analysis, and we do have information to share with you about the analysis, particularly with LDV. If you would like to know that, I can give you the sort of high level, and we also have an actual document that we are prepared to share with you.
So
I've actually got a speaking list. Member Kayada was next, I think. Or are you still
she
in
was
the middle of
responding,
yours?
so
Okay, perfect. Go for it, Member Singh.
if you want to share that, I think that would be great. I think what I'm trying to respond to is we have a list of cuts, right? And then we have community members talking about the fiscal impacts. So LDV, you sent that over. I saw the costs right there. I think that's what we need to be showcasing then. Like, we need to be clarifying which positions or what positions are we cutting, which school sites are particularly being affected, because there's been clear data that showcases, okay, if we have to make tough decisions, LDV doesn't seem like a place you want to cut because they're almost self-sustaining. But Matsuyama, that has 11 seats for what should be 40, seems like a place that I'm not going to have a good argument for. right? So I think that's the type of stuff we're saying, like we're up here, we're talking about cuts and the community's listening, but I understand we have data, but we don't have anything to share to the community, so it's really difficult for them to follow along with what we're saying. And then it starts to seem like we're not being transparent. And I just want to be fully transparent. So whatever we got to do to be transparent, let's do that. And if we can't get that up right now, if we can't share it to the community.
So we have board slides from February 5th that showed the overall calculation for the proposal to reduce the 6 classrooms. So we do have that. I don't know if that's something that we want to try to pull up. I don't recall what item it was. But we did present that. It was the Early Learning and Care Department update. So we can pull that back up if we'd like. What I will share with you, LDV. We have done that analysis and, listening very carefully tonight to the community's desire to be a part of the solution. I think there are definitely opportunities to do that. And so what I will share is that when we analyze the program on a 12-month basis, the revenue is $586,000. The program costs $668,000 to run, which leaves a deficit of $82,000. If there was a combination of program fee increases and potential reductions to supplies and things of that nature, clerical support that was discussed, that feels like it's probably doable for LDV. I will say there was also a recommendation that they run as a 10-month program. We've also done that analysis, which shows us that the revenue that the fees would bring in as a 10-month program would be $533,000. The cost is $588,000, which is a deficit of $55,000. So this is not a huge barrier to try to overcome, particularly when we have an entire community who wants to be a part of that solution. So I think just sharing that with you. So if you're looking at Exhibit A, 2 of those teacher-child development fee-based programs are the two teacher positions at LDV. So that's what you're looking at on this list. The Matsuyama program, as we discussed, I don't have that data right in front of me right now, but we did mention that it was only 11 of 40 seats that are filled. And so, right, that one is in a very different situation. The program at MLK is not fee-based. And so that program is always running on the grant funding. And there are other options in and at MLK. So that was why we were recommending that program. When you continue to look at Exhibit A, I will jump down to the last 4, which are the teacher-child development full day and the teacher-child development early head start. There are 2 positions of each of those. They're at the bottom of the list. Those are transitioning the 12-month programs to 10-month programs. So those are not actually eliminating the programs at American Legion and Hiram Johnson. Those are reducing them from 12 and Elder Creek from 12-month to 10-month. One of the things that we have talked about is how do we leverage community partnerships in order to ensure that there is continuity over the summer in terms of care for students, given that the programmatic cost of running these programs for 12 months versus 10 does draw the deficit down further, right, when we run it at 12 months. The remaining 6 preschool child development teachers there are based on the analysis that gets us to the $600,000 deficit. That's the reduction in order to get us to a point where we can afford using the stipends to be able to carry the program for this year, and wanting to be able to use this year to address all of how do we create program sustainability. And I'm going to actually hand it over to Assistant Superintendent Fisher Hill, because she has done some incredible work with the program in terms of looking at what that sustainability looks like. So maybe you can speak to that a little bit.
So a part of our presentation on February 5th, we talked about our funding models and how we We are restricted funded. We do receive funding from the Office of Head Start as well as California State Preschool. All of them are based off of enrollment data. And so what we've done last year was we approached Head Start, said Head Start asked for a conversion of some of our slots that we were unable to fill from preschool slots to early Head Start slots, our toddlers, because we have found that our children are getting younger in preschool. We were able to retain the funding for those preschool slots, but transfer it over to early Head Start slots. And that, I think, long-term, finding the sweet spot of where we can reach full enrollment, which is a requirement of all of our grants to continue the funds to come in, and finding that sweet spot of how many preschool and how many early Head Start classes we have, and are able to maintain full enrollment to continue the funds coming in is our objective right now.
So this is one that was going to be difficult for me last week and is still remaining difficult for me. This is one of, remember Ibarra said it, I'm not going to repeat. You said it much better than I can. My son was in the preschool program in the district. We've experienced it firsthand. I understand that there are some costs that we're willing to pay, and I think that's kind of what's happened here, is there's some stuff that is so critical to our district that it's not a cut we're willing to make. $600,000 to $800,000 is, a different conversation, though, to me than maybe even a couple $100,000. I'm not sure that this level of cuts is one I'm comfortable with. But to me, I want to provide the flexibility to allow this to be further analyzed. So I think I would be comfortable, very incredibly reluctantly, to vote that this would move forward, but that this be continued to be worked on. Because if this is going to be the end of it, then I'm not going to be able to vote on it today. I think you've done a lot of work. We've been hearing about this for a couple months now. I just think this is a program that we really need to save, not just a part of it, but the whole thing. With respect to the LDV, I think we've heard every board member tonight has said that program shouldn't be cut. No. Is that not what's been happening? Okay. I have not spoken. Many of us have said it.
Same majority, bro.
I was just trying to count as I went down. I didn't realize that. I would say, to the extent that the LDV position should remain on the list to allow us the potential of looking at turning them into 10-month positions, that makes sense to me. But for me, I would say we need to just be clear. Well, that'd be my opinion, I guess, and I think it's a majority of us, that we're not going to cut that program. And that if that's the decision we make, we need to let the program know so that the families know that that was our direction. So I think what you're hearing from me is maybe a willingness to vote yes if this is going to be continued to be studied, but that this is not a program. I think this is one of the programs that I mentioned earlier. There are some that we want to save, and I want to see this be saved by the time we get to June, but I also don't want to get rid of your flexibility to do the job you need to do.
Member Ibarra.
The comment that was made by the person from SETA, or what they said, or what you guys saying, that you have to have all of those administrative positions that you currently have in order to keep the program running?
No, they are not saying that we have to have all of them. They are saying that we cannot cut all of them and still run the program. And so the idea, so there is a minimum ratio that they are looking for us to have in terms of staff, central office support staff that is able to both provide the operational support for these programs and the supervision and evaluation and instructional coaching for these programs. And so when we had the conversation with SETA, do you want to explain that about where we were when we went down to 15, the ratio, what she was looking for?
So in your the board communication, we have There were the various plan options that
Correct.
we looked at. One of the plans was Plan H, where we tried to get that, this was attached in the board communication. We tried to get the deficit lower than 1.7 million. So we had to look at only having 15 Head Start classes and 3 early Head Start classes. We took that discussion to SETA Head Start, who are our funders, who we have to reapply for this funding on an annual basis, and that date is coming up very soon here. And they said with confidence that they would not refund us if we didn't have a certain ratio of layered supports to classrooms at 15. So that ratio, so when we were able to find a scenario where we could save 25 preschool classrooms and 3 early Head Start classrooms, we are still required to maintain that ratio, because what the executive director, Karen, mentioned was that Head Start is a comprehensive service model, and the work that happens to support Head Start performance standards is not just the work that's in the classrooms, it's the comprehensive layers of supports that are provided in order for us to have continued funding. So we do have to show that there is quality staffing in place to support the Head Start comprehensive services, or we are at risk of being not funded.
Okay, then are we at or over whatever that requirement is from SETA?
So what was presented on the February 5th presentation, I believe it's maybe a slide forward or a slide back.
Slide back.
Right there, central office reductions and alignment. This, what is here on this slide, is what was suggested in working with our funders.
What they requested that we have.
So they're requesting that you have 1 director and 3 coordinators?
Correct.
And what do we currently have?
We currently have an assistant superintendent and 4 coordinators. And what you are seeing in Exhibit A is that under vacant management closing, there's a 5th coordinator position that's vacant that is not actually included in our budget this year anyway, so that one is a cleanup on position control. And then you see that the 4 remaining coordinators are there. And the reason why we have added those beyond, because here it says that we would only be reducing 1, but we have included all 4 because what we want to be able to do is use this time to consider what these structures are that would support the program adequately. And so working with our staff, working with the parent council that advises the Head Start program, and working with SETA, our funders, so that we can figure out what is the exact support structure that needs to happen. But we have been told that in our funding application that is due on March 6th, that if we do not have 3 coordinators in it, we will not be funded. Very directly been told that. So this is why we are saying that we are trying to preserve the program, because we are trying to protect as many seats as we possibly can. And we recognize that any reduction in seats does have an impact on our families, and none of us want to do that. And more than not wanting to do that, we don't want to put the entire program at risk. So we are trying to bridge this right now so that we can use this year to get more strategic about how we can then rebuild the program and grow it to support more families. I do want to note that we do have, enrollment information for all of the programs, and we do have some that are historically low enrollment. So one of those would be the program at KBK, Father Keith Bikini, which is only enrolled at about, I believe, 50% right now, because that area is so saturated with support for early learning and care. So we're trying to be strategic about that, and then maintaining programs that are nearby so that families continue to have options.
Member Singh.
I'll try to be quick, but I do have a couple of questions. I think the first is, are we here because of the 20% staff reduction discussion? Is that why we're
No.
here? Okay, if that's not why we're here, then I'm still missing the logic on why the idea of cutting LDV was even on the books when all it's really costing us is $80,000 out of our pockets.
It was on the fiscal solvency plan.
Well, what we asked on the fiscal solvency plan is to find certain solutions. I mean, if I don't remember us saying go out and cut fee-based programs that are almost literally covering their own costs. And if we go one slide over to 9 or 10, where we're at 10, we can go to 10. When I'm looking at this, I would ask you all to ask ourselves, I guess. We're looking at supplies and operations, $776,000, right? We're looking at subs and per diems. We have teachers coming up and telling us we can cut this, we can cut that. I really do want us to explore how are we supposed to save as many of these as we possibly can. And seeing those cuts here, do you actually need us to approve the two teachers at LDV in order to have a conversation about reducing it to a 10-month position or a 12-month position? Do you need to actually put it on a...
Yeah, so a calendar change does require a layoff reduction because that employee would be entitled to a 12-month position. So if it is changed to a 10-month, we would have to go through the layoff process to do that.
And that was a savings of how much again? Does anyone remember?
If we reduced from 12 months to 10 months was about $30,000 in savings. So it took us from about an $80,000 deficit to a $50,000 deficit.
Okay.
All right. Two of the things going through my mind is the reminder of preliminary notices and that we have 2 months between preliminary and final, that we are fully expecting a lot of the things you guys have already identified, working with the community, talking to folks, seeing if there are other solutions that haven't been considered, and what that looks like. Another thing on my mind is the board talking a lot about options and that we're wanting options to decide so we don't feel like we are being forced into decisions that may not be where our values lie. And I think Member Ibarra captured it last week really well with this idea of it feels terrible to feel like we're responsible for the fiscal solvency plan, or sorry, for the threat of state receivership because we're not willing to make this decision when we're not sure this is the right decision because we didn't have the data or we didn't have options. So I think it's been very, very clear that on March 5th, we're expecting more data and that through the 2-month process, we'll be getting data and options, et cetera. And then the last thing I'll share as to why I know I have to vote yes is because of two things. One, less important is our fiscal advisor is concerned of where we are and feels like giving staff flexibility and time to get started on things is important, so it's not all coming March 5th. And the second one is we as a board keep saying we're willing to make the hard decisions so somebody else doesn't have to. And so this is not a fun decision, this is a hard decision, but it's with a lot of direction that by May 7th, I will not want to approve this unless there are 10 things in front of me and we can only save 2, and we've decided which 2 we're saving. So with that, I will entertain a motion.
I'll move approval.
Thank you, Member Kayada. Do we have a second? I will second it. And our vote?
Member Jean?
Reluctantly, yes.
Member Kayada?
Yes.
Member Benjamin?
No.
Member Rhodes?
Aye.
Member Singh?
I have a clarifying question. Is that okay before I vote?
Technically no, but I will allow it.
If this doesn't pass, can the staff come back on March 5th with the information?
Yes.
Okay. Then we vote no.
Member Ibarra?
No.
All right, motion fails. Thank you. Sure. But I will say we've got 5 minutes to end the meeting.
So, in the spirit of the partnership and the desire to move this forward, this is what we'll need from the board. So, in this example, this particular program is funded by a grant. In the event that we can't balance this budget, which is what we're doing to do for every budget, the only place for you to fund this deficit comes from where? The unrestricted general fund. And so with that, if there's no other resource that can properly fund this, the unrestricted general fund. So when we're saying that this is an example of what we may or may not want to do, we need you to be able to say, and so therefore, we need you to supplement this program with resources from the unrestricted general fund. That's an example of what we would need from the board to come prepared with. So with all of the different scenarios, that is an absolute scenario in this example that would have to come back. So just want you to marinate on that in between now and the 5th, that again is where that partnership in that direction comes, and that we're clear on that piece. Thank you.
Thank you. Member Ibarra, response?
Yeah, I just want to say that as a board, we need the same thing from you all. If you need clarification, we shouldn't be told that in an interim budget update. And I think that that's what happened, and that's why it's getting more awkward. So I respect and appreciate what you just said, because you were right. We do need to come to you with that. But I ask that it's reciprocated in this entire process.
Thank you. All right. 13.0 future board meetings, March 5th, 4:45 closed session, 6:15 open session, and March 19th, same. Thank you all who made it to the end of the meeting. Good night.